Rosario, if you're online, can you test your equipment? Would the Spanish interpreter please test your equipment?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Morning. Today is Tuesday, June 17th, and let's call this meeting to order at 9:30. If I could please have our clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Abikoga.
Here.
Supervisor Yoon.
Here.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
I'm here.
Vice President Arenas.
Here.
And President Lee.
Good morning, present.
We have
So,
5.
thank you. If you are in chambers and require the Spanish and Vietnamese translation, the devices are available at the back of the chambers. The clerk can assist you with the setup. Translation is also available on Zoom using the interpretation button. Additionally, as a general reminder for public commenters, staff, and those of us on the dais, please speak clearly and at a measured pace directly into the microphone to ensure accurate translation. And moving on to our Pledge of Allegiance, may I ask Supervisor Ellenberg to lead us this morning in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Please stand if you're able. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we actually have an invocation by Justin Ortiz from Caminar LGBTQ+ Speaker Bureau to do our invocation. Today's invocation is in honor of Pride Month, held annually in June to recognize the Stonewall riots in 1969. Let's take a moment to honor the dignity, resilience, and contributions of our LGBTQ+ community. Pride is a celebration of love, authenticity, and equality, a reminder that everyone deserves to live freely, love freely, without fear, and be embraced of who they are. We're living through some challenging times for our members in our LGBTQ+ community, and it is more important now than ever to celebrate and protect the members of the community through both our words and action. At this time, I would like to invite Justin Ortiz from the Caminar LGBTQ+ Speakers Bureau to please come up to the dais. Perfect.
All right, hello.
Justin
everyone.
Ortiz is the coordinator of both HEART and LGBTQ Youth Space Speakers Bureau program of Caminar. Through the Speakers Bureau, he supports LGBTQIA+ individuals in sharing the lived experience through panels and public storytelling across our county. Justin is passionate about building visibility, representation, and connection between the LGBTQIA+ community and the wider public. He also performs as a drag artist in the Bay Area, celebrating queer joy and creative expressions on and off the stage. May this moment inspire us to lead with compassion, stand up for justice, and build a world where every person is seen, valued, and included.
Thank you, President Lee and board members. Good morning, everyone. My name is Justin Ortiz. I use he, him pronouns, and I am the coordinator for the LGBTQ+ Speakers Bureau, which is a volunteer program of the LGBTQ youth space. The Speakers Bureau is a group of LGBTQ+ volunteers who bravely and generously share their personal stories in schools, agencies, and community spaces throughout the county. We answer questions with honesty and compassion with the goal of fostering connection, raising awareness, and educating audiences about the many identities and experiences that exist within our LGBTQ+ community. Our hope is that the conversations we start don't end when we leave the room. We want people to continue talking to each other, asking questions, listening, and building a stronger community of allyship and inclusion in every space that we're in. As the person who has the privilege of coordinating this program, I'm incredibly proud of our volunteers. They are powerful, resilient, and vulnerable. They are willing to speak on both the joy and the hardship of their lived experiences to make change possible. Now more than ever, we ask you to keep asking questions and to lean into the curiosity and discomfort that can lead to real understanding and connection. If I may leave you all with one wish to carry into Pride Month and beyond, it's this. Please continue to prioritize and center our LGBTQ+ community and programs. We need safety, we need to be seen, we need to be celebrated, and we need to be funded. I'd like to close this out with a few words from Naomi, who is a wonderful example of our volunteers and is making great change in our community.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Naomi Castajon Wong. I use she, her pronouns, and I identify as a transgender woman. I am one of the proud volunteers of the LGBTQ Youth Space Speakers Bureau, and I just wanted to share how impactful this program has been in my life. Being able to speak from my own lived experiences and share that with people who may not personally know anybody in the LGBTQIA+ community has been monumental. I think it is so important for people to hear our stories directly from our mouths versus hearing it from people who are not qualified, misinformed, or are not part of our communities at all. This kind of storytelling helps to foster and helps open communication, which is crucial for expanding perspectives and breaking down prejudices and misunderstandings. Especially in today's political climate, I believe it is so important now more than ever for people to see us for who we really are and not just as statistics that they see about in the news. We are individuals with powerful, unique, and inspiring stories, living confidently and courageously in our truths. I want to thank you all so much for this opportunity and wishing you all an amazing Pride. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Justin, and we really look forward to celebrating our Silicon Valley Pride at the last weekend of August. Thank you very much. Moving on, next we have the announcement of adjournments and memoriam. And first, I'll go ahead and turn this over to my colleagues, Vice President Arenas and also Supervisor Abicoga, doing the joint in memoriam for Al Castellanos.
Good morning. Thank you. It's with a heavy heart that we adjourn today's meeting in honor and loving memory of Alcario Al Castellano. Many of us know Al as a philanthropist, an educator, and a leader, but above all, we know him as someone who never forgot where he came from and who spent his life giving back to others. His remarkable journey from humble beginnings to impactful philanthropist exemplifies the power of generosity and a community-driven vision. Al was born in Artesia, New Mexico in 1934. When he was 8 years old, he and his family made their way to California, landing with family in Visalia, where they picked cotton and worked in the fields. They ultimately settled in Hollister, where his family worked as farm workers. He then later served the U.S. Army in the 1950s, and after serving his time with the military, Al was a prominent leader in the San Jose GI Forum. He also championed the arts and culture in San Jose by curating several art shows that highlighted local Latino artists and provided them with platform to showcase their art. He was a member of the steering committee, which led to the creation of the School of Arts and Culture at the Mexican Heritage Plaza. He was also a strong supporter of Dia de los Muertos celebrations in San Jose, and his efforts behind the scenes revived Cinco de Mayo celebrations as well. But Al's impact didn't stop there. He was also a devoted father, a historian, a community activist, philanthropist, and leader. And he showcased through his actions the importance of uplifting vulnerable communities. In 2001, Al made headlines when he realized he held the only winning ticket to the California lottery jackpot, taking home a prize of $141 million, and the largest single winner prize in the history of California. This monumental win enabled Al and his wife, Carmen, to establish the Castellano Family Foundation in November 2001, which aimed to support nonprofit organizations serving this county. They both work to promote the arts and culture, help Latino youth and youth of color achieve their education goals, and invest in leadership development of Latinos and their nonprofit partners. He understood, and actually both of them understood, the barriers that many of our youth and Latino families faced, and he worked tirelessly to remove them from families just like mine. From promoting Latino arts and culture to advancing educational equity and leadership development, Al's contributions have helped shape a more vibrant, inclusive, and empowered county. He is survived by his 3 children, Carmela, Armando, and Maria. Today, we are joined by Carmela and Armando and several of Al's grandchildren and great-grandchildren. To the Castellano family, on behalf of the county, we thank you. Your father's legacy lives not only in the support he gave for local programs to grow, but in the countless lives he touched along the way. So today we not only thank Al for all that he has done, we celebrate the spirit he represents, one of generosity, a belief in community, and a deep love for people and the places that shaped him. And as a co-lead to this adjournment, I'd like to invite my colleague, Supervisor Abacobi, to say a few words.
Thank you, Vice President Arenas. It is with profound admiration and gratitude that we adjourn today's meeting in memory of the life of Alcario Al Castellano, a community leader whose spirit and generosity left an indelible mark on our community. A Saratoga resident, Al Castellano was more than just a prominent figure. He was a cornerstone of the community, a quiet but powerful force for good. With unwavering dedication, he committed his life not only to his family, but to uplifting others, especially within the Latino community. His work was not about recognition or accolades, though many came. It was about creating real opportunity, opening doors, and building a future that was more equitable, more inclusive, and more hopeful for generations to come. Through the Castellano Family Foundation, Al helped shine a light on Latino arts and culture, affirming the stories, the music, the traditions, and the voices that too often go unheard. Carmela and Armando, we thank you and your family for sharing him with us. We know that behind every hour he gave to the community, there was the love and support of a family that believed in his mission and walked alongside him. Let us honor Al not just in memory, but in action, by continuing to lift each other up, to invest in our communities, to believe in the power of culture and compassion, and to build a future that reflects the values he held so dear. Thank you.
Now I'd like to invite Carmela and Armando, as well as his son-in-law, Angel, to the podium to share a few words about their father, Alcario.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for honoring my father. It's so great to meet you.
I'm so sorry, your laptop is covering the mic, and I just want to make
Is that
sure we can
better?
all hear you.
How's that? I'm not sure where the mic is.
The mic is in the bar at the top of the podium.
Okay. How's that? Is that better? Okay.
I'll listen hard.
I'll
Thank you
do my
so
best
much.
to speak up. Thank you for honoring my father. So wonderful to meet all of you supervisors, and thank you for having this time with us and for your kind words, supervisors. My name is Armando, and my father is Alcario Castellano, as you mentioned, and my sister Carmela. Santa Clara is and was our home and where we were brought up. And my father and mother chose this place to raise us, and we're really proud to have lived here and participate in this community. My experience of my father really mirrored, as you said, your experience of him as a community member as well. He was a really loving and committed father and husband. He really showed up for the three of us, Maria, Carmela, and myself. He supported us unswervingly in our goals and aspirations, and he was really generous with us of his time and care and wealth as well. And he was equally loving and committed to Santa Clara County. Wherever he was, he spoke everywhere in the world. He spoke of such joy and warmth of this place, Santa Clara. He was called Silicon Valley. He loved living here and loved raising his family here. And he chose to raise us here and spent a majority of his life living here in Santa Clara County. And he was really committed. As you said, he did a lot of volunteering. He also, for many years, was a documentarian. He would videotape Latino community events. He's got a whole room full of videos, and they're now at San Jose State University. And he truly was a wonderful advocate for this community. And of course, he gave generously as a philanthropist to nonprofits throughout the county focusing on giving voice to Latino philanthropy, not only regionally, but he did that nationally as well. He spoke up about Latino giving and what that meant in the philanthropic community and what it meant to him here locally. He loved his culture and was proud to be both Mexican and American, a true Mexican American. He shared this love with us children through ballet folklorico. He would share make sure we understood and knew our history, and he brought us in all his participation of events. He brought his whole family with him, and shared that love with us. He loved his culture and was proud to be a Mexican American of this community as well, and to be living here with other Mexican Americans and other Latinos. He spoke about injustices and fought for equity his whole life, from his child until the day he died. He was fighting for equity for Latinos here and nationally. He really, truly was a tireless advocate here and everywhere. And he gave, of course, generously of his time and wealth throughout our community, especially the Latino community. As you mentioned, my dad did have humble upbringings as a farm laborer, and he truly escaped that poverty even before the lottery, and helped not only his extended family, but all the community at large. He helped the community, he also helped his whole family, and was very generous with them. And in addition, he would have loved this adjournment, okay? He would have been so happy. He would have loved hearing us up here and you guys telling that story. So thank you for doing that. What made his life. So thank you. I'm really grateful on his behalf and our entire family. So thank you for this adjournment and for honoring his life and his love of Santa Clara County. He truly loved it here. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing a few words. Al and, of course, his wife, your mom, and your family has been long but quiet and powerful forces in our community for so long, offering not just financial support, genuine care, mentorship, and encouragement to so many. Generosity has shaped the work of so many organizations and individuals right here in our county. I just want to also express my heartfelt thanks to your family for sharing your parents with us. Their impact will be felt for many generations. Thank you. At this time, in memoriam, I would like to also take a minute this morning to acknowledge what is transpiring in the Middle East, to take a moment of silence for those currently impacted by the conflict. As a diverse county, many of our residents have families and friends living in Iran, in Israel, and in Gaza that are suffering. Hundreds of civilians have died since Friday, and continuing violence will likely lead to more death and sufferings. We extend our hearts and prayers to them and to our residents who are impacted under this conflict. And I ask that we observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to our busy agenda today. We don't have any proclamations on commendations, so taking us to item number 6, which is our public comment. This item is reserved for members of the public to address the board on any items that is not on today's agenda, and any public who wish to address the board on items not on the agenda should request to speak at this time. Please fill out the speaker card and return it to our clerk. We will call up to 30 names now, then the remainder names will then be called at the end of the agenda. In-person speakers will be called first, followed by our Zoom speakers. No further requests to speak will be accepted under the continued public comment later today. The reminder for public on Zoom, as soon as the first speaker in chamber starts speaking, there will no more speakers will be taken. During the public comment, to respect everyone's comments, we do not allow applause or boos. So to show your support, you can raise and shake your hands quietly, And I want to say thank you in advance for your cooperation to keep our meeting moving orderly. Ajani, how many speakers do we have this morning?
Let me just look to the back to make sure no clerks are bringing any more cards. Okay, we currently have 20 cards in chambers and 5 hands raised in Zoom for a total of 25.
Okay, let's do 1 minute each, please.
Okay, and we will now be closing the queue to sign up to speak. Thank you. We'll begin with in-chamber speakers. Please make a line in the center aisle. Martin Harrell, Alice Cow, Robert Edwards, Mark Trout, Deborah Goldine, Cynthia Summers, Tonya York, and we will pause there. Good morning.
My time start?
Yes, good morning. You may speak right here. Yeah,
Oh,
the
good
mic
morning.
is built in. Good
My
morning.
name is
Go ahead.
Marvin Harrell, and first of all, I want the folks out here to acknowledge themselves. Purple shirts, y'all are beautiful. It's good to see you here. My name is Marvin Harrell. I'm a retiree of SEIU, and I'm here in support of all union workers, these people in particular. They're currently in negotiations with you guys regarding their future, their wages, their medical, their everything, their benefits. And I just here to urge you to negotiate with these folks in good faith and fairness, and understand that $20 an hour in this valley is not a living wage. In this valley, it's very tough to live. People are living 3, 4 families in a home. So please negotiate with these folks fairly. Understand that they're not all American naturally born. They've come here, they've gotten their citizenship, and they're trying to achieve the American dream. So please allow them to have that.
Very much. Okay, shh. There we go. Thank you. Yes, please come on up to the podium. Yes, go ahead, please. You can get started.
Hi, I'm Deborah Goldine. I live in Palo Alto. I attended the Palestinian Cultural Day event, county-sponsored, Otto Lee in particular, county-sponsored event on May 17th. At that event, Otto Lee's personal designated representative, I think her name was Elika, she wore a black shirt with a watermelon sliced the shape of the state of Israel. This is an Israel erasure shirt. This is totally unacceptable. I think I and the Jewish community wants an apology from Otto Lee's office and himself, and I would like to make sure this never happens again. I would like to also bring your attention to the fact that this Palestinian Cultural Day is not that. It was a rather energetic, extremely one-sided political rally on a highly controversial issue, and I think it is a disgraceful use of public funds. And go SEIU. Yeah.
Hi, good morning.
Hi. I noticed the county put aside a lot of money to provide know your right to undocumented people, and I just want you to be aware that there is, I hope you discuss the option of self-deporting and return legally through H-2A visa for farmers. We actually have unlimited visa for that, okay? This program supports our agriculture economy by providing farmers a stable legal forces and ensure food security, and it gives them access to fair wages, safe working conditions, and legal protection. So, and it also free up the money that you're taking to, that have to be used for that and to take care of our legal, hardworking, caretakers. So I believe this is, by choosing this path, workers gain dignity, security, farmers, and get the permanent labor, and it's a win-win solution.
I'm sorry, and your name, excuse me?
Alice.
Okay, thank you, and if I could remind the speakers to please state your name for the record.
Hello? Hi, I grew up in the Central Valley. My family farms there, so I know a little bit about farm labor topic. I've seen a lot of communication from government officials providing know your rights information for illegal immigration labor that's known to exist. and claims farmers can't survive without illegal labor. That isn't true. I see our public officials counseling others how to get around the law. I'm confused, however, why legal remedies are not being discussed. That is the status H-2A. Its existence since 1986 is legal, provides many benefits to true immigrants, and is used by many farmers in the Valley, I know. It even provides a means to bring family members under H-4. Why don't we see our government supporting the law and existing legal remedies? Good
morning. My name is Cynthia Summers, and I appreciate all your hard work. Thank you. I want to tell you about my daughter, Brittany Grace. She was mangled in a car accident when she was 24 years old. Before that, she played Pop Warner football. This girl is tough. It's the only reason she came back to life after she died in the helicopter. I took on contract work so that I could take care of her, and when I met my now wife, whose mother also needed care, I became a full-time caregiver. Now I proudly live below the poverty level at $20 an hour. These are people that I love, my daughter especially, and she's really tough. But if you don't help us, we can barely pay our bills right now. And if you don't help us, the state of California is the 4th largest economy in the world. We grow at 6%, and that beats out the rest of the United States, China, and Germany. There is money, please.
I'll call a few more names. John Farhang, Aviceli Avila, Veronica Saldivian, Joe Herman, and we'll pause there.
Good morning. My name is Tanya York. I've been an IHSS provider for 26 years in Santa Clara County. I currently care for my sister who lives with mental health issues. If my sister didn't have a caregiver, she would have to be left home alone for extended periods of time. Her life would be in danger and I would be devastated. I chose to step up and help my sister live her life with dignity. But as caregivers, we need dignity and respect too. The latest offer from the county showed us that you don't value us. We are already struggling to survive in this county. 78% of us work multiple jobs. I work as an insurance agent while also as my sister's provider. If you don't give us a strong contract, the care crisis is going to get worse and our community members will go without the care they need. Show us you respect home care workers and our recipients and our families. Thank you.
I'm Mark Trout, and you know, it says in the Bible, do all things decently and in order, and thou shalt not speak evil of a ruler of thy people. So I owe you and to everybody here an apology for yelling and screaming the last time I was here. And a Christian that sins is kind of like Samson until he repents and confesses his sin, and then he gets his strength back. So I've got my strength back. But when I saw Susan Ellenberg laughing when Ben was talking about his kids allegedly being molested, that's what blew it. And I have to live a sinless life in perfection, but that bothered me. And I guess Susan either wasn't listening or, you know, you said last time California law does prohibit the disclosure of information related to an investigation of a suspected child abuse, but the case with Patrick Klein, the chief medical pediatrician of the county, this has been going on for many years, and, you know, so...
All right. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. This is actually my first time speaking at something like this, and I wish I could have brought my mother. She was in the ER yesterday. She's 82 years old. She's an immigrant from Iran who brought me here through civil war in hopes of a better life. I've owned businesses. I've employed people up to 25 people, and I want to say this is the hardest job that I've ever done. It's basically a 24/7 job. We're never really clocked out. These people need full-time support. It's, I help her bathe, I help her walk. She literally couldn't survive without me. And the social worker that pretended to be my ally came and audited me and actually cut my hours by 12 hours. And I just can't believe it. I'm honestly working like 80 hours a week, and I'm getting paid like 30 hours a week. So I just want to get paid what we deserve, and that's it. Thank you for your time.
And your name, sir, for the record? Excuse me.
Sorry, my name is John Farhang.
Okay, thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Yes, good morning. My name is Araceli Avila, and I'm thankful for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I am an IHSS provider. I provide services for my partner who has several illnesses which require my care, from administering injections, meals, grooming, and doctor's appointments. I could go on and tell you that it's been difficult, and right now his medical needs are declining. And if my partner were not to receive these services, he would decline and he would have a severely detrimental effect on him. Currently, we are struggling financially with making only $20.04 an hour, which doesn't beat it. You know, everything, inflation, and everything's very expensive right now. And I know that you know that 78% of the Santa Clara IHSS workers, as myself, have multiple jobs just to make ends meet. So we greatly appreciate it if you can give us your help. Thank you very much.
I'll call a few more names to line up. We have Michael Hickey, Jack McGovern, Rebecca Armendariz, Brittany West, Jose Luis, and we'll pause there. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Hi, good morning. My name is Veronica Saldivar, and I have been the sole home care provider for my son, Brian. He is 15 years old. He's autistic and has chronic asthma. I do have another 2 kids. I thought I would grow to have a busy career. I went to school. I thought I did everything, but at one point I got to terms with the fact that I needed to stay home to take care of Brian. I work a second job in addition to being Brian's caregiver. The pay that I've received is never enough to cover our expenses. We need decent wages that allow us to take care of for our loved ones. If we can appeal to your humanity, let's talk about the economy. Early intervention and proper care prevents IHSS recipients ending up at the hospital or a facility, which saves money to the state. If providers can support their families because these unlivable wages, they will take other jobs. This means our loved ones will cost more to the state. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joe Herman. I am the president of the California Teachers Association of Berryessa and a newly appointed member of the South Bay Workers Council. And when I heard, and I'm here as an ally of the in-home support service workers, and when I heard yesterday that these workers are making $20.04 an hour, I was like appalled. So I'm here to demand that 36,000 in-home support service workers get a living wage. You can do that. We need to prioritize these workers, and we need to prioritize progress over poverty. They need better wages and benefits so that they can take care of themselves and their families and prevent homelessness. It'll boost our economy. So let's attract and retain these IHSS workers. We have an aging population, so let's invest in this now. We demand dignity, compassion, respect, and a contract now. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Michael Hickey. I am the executive director of the San Jose Teachers Association. The 1,500 members of SJTA stand in solidarity with the members of SEIU 2015 in their struggle to achieve a fair contract. You have the power and responsibility to improve the living conditions of some of the most essential workers in our community. The offer made at the table is insufficient. The work done by the members of SEIU 2015 requires more investment from you, period. Investment in the workers through a fair contract won't only improve their lives, but will benefit thousands of individuals in our community that they help every day. In response to the horror that is our current federal administration, I choose to encourage people to lead with empathy, which is the exact opposite of our current federal leadership. You all know that the current contract does not provide a living wage to these workers, and you know that recruiting more workers for the growing demand in the future is needed. Stand with these workers and with the citizens of Santa Clara County by making an offer at the table that reflects the value of the work that the members of SEIU 2015
Good morning, honorable board members, President Lee, Rebecca Armendariz with Working Partnerships USA, and I'm here today on behalf of our Care Workers Council. We are comprised of workers from the most essential care industries, including child care, healthcare, domestic workers, and more. Today, we stand in solidarity with IHSS workers, and we ask the county to remember that they are amongst the lowest wage earners, especially given the critical care that they provide. The inhumane cuts by our current administration make these workers even more vulnerable at every level. They care for folks at the cost of their own survival. $20 an hour at less than 40 hours a month sometimes doesn't allow for living. It's barely survival. We ask that you prioritize a better wage for these workers in this critical time. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Brittany West, and I'm a registered nurse at Stanford Healthcare in the medical ICU. I'm here representing CRONA, the Committee for Recognition of Nursing Achievement, the union that represents over 6,300 nurses at Stanford Hospital and Stanford Children's. CRONA nurses stand in strong solidarity with SEIU 2015, Santa Clara County's home supportive service workers. As fellow healthcare professionals, we understand the critical role that IHSS caregivers play in keeping the most vulnerable members of our community, seniors and people with disabilities, safe, healthy, and cared for in their homes. By supporting IHSS workers with fair wages and a strong contract, the county helps prevent unnecessary hospitalizations and allows people to live with dignity in the place they feel safest, their homes. This not only improves quality of life, but also reduces strain on the healthcare system. CRONA nurses stand with IHS caregivers and call on the county to negotiate a fair and just contract.
I'll call the remaining cards in chambers. We have Connie Chu, Kim Yvonne, Simone, and Rajiv.
Good morning, board. This is a new experience being on this side. My name is Jack McGovern. I'm the political director of the South Bay Labor Council, and I'm honored to stand with the in-home caregivers who keep our seniors and neighbors with disabilities safe, healthy, and at home. As Santa Clara County ages, demand for caregiving is skyrocketing, yet the workers who meet that need earn only $20.04 an hour, roughly half of what it costs to actually live here. The typical IHSS provider supporting a family of 3 brings home only about 25% of the income required for rent, food, and basic necessities in this county. When caregivers can't afford housing or health coverage, they're forced out of the profession, leaving vulnerable clients without the help they rely on. Raising IHSS wages is the most direct way to solve the care shortage, keep families intact, and keep those paychecks circulating in our local economy instead of losing workers to cheaper counties. On behalf of SEIU 2015, the South Bay Labor Council, and every union in this valley, I urge you to act now.
Good morning, board. My name is Jose Luis Sabastira, and I'm with SEIU 10-1 and also the Fast Food Workers Union. And I am here to let you know that 26,000 fast food workers stand in solidarity with SEIU 2015 and the IHSS team. We are here to let you know, actually, let's take a pause. Look at this beautiful sea of purple. Shout out to the workers for coming out today. I urge the board and also the county to negotiate with the workers. They deserve living wages just like any other worker that we have in the county, and they're also taking care of our more vulnerable population. Listen to the workers, stand with them, and I hope that you also stand with all SEIU workers and all IHSS workers moving forward. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Connie Chu. I'm a retiree of Santa Clara County, and great to see many of you familiar faces. I am also with SEIU 521 and Local 6 of AFM. I'm here today to support the in-home health care service providers. As an aging person myself and family members who are aging, I know many of us will probably need the help of these wonderful workers, and they need a living wage in order to thrive so that they can give care to help people who are vulnerable to thrive. So please be sure to make sure that they get the right wages, the right benefits, and so they can stay here in Santa Clara County or even the bordering counties of this area. I mean, even the fast food workers don't make enough, and they make less than them, so we need to make sure that we bring them up. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Simone Nandi, for the record. I've been doing IHSS care for about 30 years now. So that was before we've had benefits, that was before we had vacation, that was before we've had anything. A lot of people kind of have got up here and said kind of how they feel. I'm going to get up here and ask you, how do you feel? How are you going to feel when you're 70, 80, and 90 years old and need someone to actually help you with in-home service care? How are you going to feel if you have a child or a family member who gets involved in a car accident or something happens to them and they need care that you actually can't provide because you're here at work and they need care at home? You are offering people what I understand 80 cents. I can't buy 80 cents with 80 cents. I can't buy a bottle of water with 80 cents. I can't buy one egg with 80 cents. The fact that you guys are offering people less than what they deserve is actually a disgrace.
Good morning. My name is Kim Yvonne. I proudly serve as Executive Vice President of SEIU 2015. You've heard this morning the unimaginable choices that 36,000 IHSS providers have to make every day. And the facts are clear. $20 isn't a living wage to take care of yourself or your family in this county. And 3 million approved care hours went unused last year in this county. That is people who needed care and didn't get it because the jobs in IHSS are not quality jobs and valued where they belong. And I'm calling on you today on behalf of these care workers to act as drivers of progress, not poverty, to ensure that negotiations reflect choices that you're making as courageous leaders in this moment, to stand up in the hardest of times and choose the dignity of home care workers, choose the health and well-being of our Santa Clara community, and choose a future of care that we all deserve. Thank you.
Good morning. In fact, I feel I'm misplaced here. County does a lot of these great things we appreciate, but I'm here to talk about the frustration which I'm feeling. Working with different departments within the...
Yeah, I'll just pause for a second. Since we are still having speakers, for those who are leaving the chambers, I ask that you try to leave quietly. I really thank you for coming today. And let's give them a few seconds to leave, so I'll give you the full attention for your speaking. Thank you. Yeah, we revert the time and let you start from the beginning. How's that? Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Okay.
Please, go ahead.
Again, my apologies.
No worries.
I'm bringing... I've been here before. I'm a retired citizen technologist. My name is Dr. Rajiv Ranjan. I've been working through the system within the county, getting some things done. And I'm here to talk about my frustration I'm having with the departments. I find, firstly, the departments, they have too many people. I get different answers for different people, number one. Number two, there is lack of accountability. You know, you go in there, you pay the fees. If you're any business, end of the day, we don't realize that it is a business. We are your customer, the citizens. We pay taxes, we pay a lot of taxes, but return the services we get is not a quality service. I get a better service, and all of us get. If you take a car there for service, you get a request, was I served properly? There is no closing in here. You take big fees and permits, it takes too long to pass, as if you just collect it and there is no end game in there. Sorry.
No, it's okay. If you have any additional comments, please send us a letter or a comment. You could give the comments to our clerk. Yeah, please, and it will be added to the record for us.
Okay.
Thank you
All right,
very much,
Thank
Doctor.
you. I'll be back again, but it is very frustrating.
Excuse me, you could leave it right there on the table. I'll grab it and I'll make sure it's distributed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to our Zoom speakers. Our first speaker in Zoom is Ben. Please accept the unmute.
Yes, hello, good morning. I'd like to request that if we could remove Daniel Little from Social Services and Sarah Duckley from Social Services and Wendy Canary-Roush from DFCS in an attempt to better protect our children. My own kids are being sexually molested and these people are just ignoring me. They don't care and they've done this to other parents. And that's because people with conflicts of interest get involved and they pretend like the abuse isn't going on when one child is already confirmed being raped beginning at the age of 13 and the other children are showing the same type of sexual abuse. It's just terrible what's going on in this county, what you guys are allowing these people to do to our children. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker in the queue is Ken Horowitz. Please accept the unmute.
Good morning. This is Dr. Ken Horowitz from your Health Advisory Commission. And I want to just comment on two items that you dealt with last month. One is the single plan managed care for Santa Clara County, and the other is the authority board. Our Health Advisory Commission discussed both of these items at our last meeting, and I'm going to make a referral to our meeting in July to the Health and Hospital Committee that, number one, we support fully the single plan managed care for Santa Clara County, and as well as to designate a member of the Health Advisory Commission as a member to the authority board. Both Supervisors Abacoca and Arenas suggested that we include community members, and we feel that a member of the Health Advisory Commission would be.
The next speaker is Sharon. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, I'm Sharon Denoa. I direct the South Bay Coalition End Human Trafficking. I'm speaking to item 74, which I understand is on consent. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for your support of vital services for survivors of gender-based violence. And I appreciate Supervisor Arenas' memo flagging the need for a coordinated response to sporting events in 2026, with particular attention to disproportionate access to resources for API and Latino communities. Agencies in DVAC are organizing through the Coalition's Advocacy Service Provider Committee to ensure survivors of gender-based violence have access to crisis services in a culturally responsive, trauma-informed, and survivor-centered manner. And our coalition is coordinating a multidisciplinary regional collaborative with law enforcement, service providers, and outreach groups to plan and implement strategies for the 2026 sporting events. These will be shared during the Human Trafficking Commission meetings where we hope to hold each other accountable in these preparation efforts. We want to again thank the Board of Supervisors for prioritizing this issue.
Thank you. Noting that that speaker spoke to item number 74 on the consent calendar. The next speaker in the queue is a phone number ending in 395. Please accept the unmute.
Good morning, Board. This is Chris Robel. I'm calling about I found out that you're going to be discussing as your very last agenda item, number 150, a proposed income tax increase.
Yeah, actually, that will be later, not in the public comment. If you just wait, we'll be talking about that. Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker, the final speaker is Paula. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, I don't know why I have 34 seconds. Can I have my full time, please? Thank you. I'm calling in from a sweep. I had filed 10 reasonable accommodation requests that the city is refusing to even read. These people have cancer, HIV, 2 leading causes of homeless death, hypertension, and heart issues. 3 people are trans. They are black and brown trans women who are frequently murdered out here. Some people are veterans, and the city is refusing to even acknowledge these reasonable accommodations. If you have any way of speaking to them, please do. I support the home health care workers. I appreciate the moment of silence. That was very classy. And Elika, keep wearing those damn shirts. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers for public comment.
Thank you very much. Now moving on to the next item of the agenda. Ajani, would you please read the proposed changes to our consent calendar, please?
There's a request for Supervisor Young to remove item number 39 from the consent calendar to be considered after item number 10. Item number 10 is the public hearing for fee schedule for the Emergency Medical Services Agency, and item number 39 is to adopt a resolution delegating authority relating to certain contracts for the Emergency Medical Services Agency. There's a request from Supervisor Ellenberg to hold item number 14 to August 12, 2025. Item 14 is the annual report from the Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring. There's a request from President Lee and Supervisor Ellenberg to add item number 16 to the consent calendar. Item 16 is a report relating to options for the Board of Supervisors, engagement with the county boards and commissions. There is a correction to item number 54. The item should include an action to approve a waiver of the requirement of the Board of Supervisors Policy 3.68.2 that a, quote, eligible organization be a nonprofit organization as defined by Section 501c3 of the IRS Code or any government entity, and it should read, approve county sponsorship of San Jose / Silicon Valley NAACP in the amount of $500 from the Supervisorial District 1 allocation in the Office of the Clerk of the Board fiscal year 2024 through 2025 budget to support a community discussion on concerns relating to the school to prison pipeline. There's a correction to item number 73. Possible action D should read as follows. Approve agreement with San Jose State University Research Foundation relating to providing community service navigation, support for justice-involved individuals in various stages, including those currently in custody, undergoing the court process, and transitioning from incarceration back into the community in an amount not to exceed $735,000 for period July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, with a one-year extension option that has been reviewed and approved by County Council as to form and legality. There is a request from Vice President Arenas to remove item number 74 from the consent calendar. Item 74 is to approve a delegation of authority to the county executive or designee to negotiate, execute, amend, or terminate agreements with multiple vendors relating to providing gender-based violence prevention services and rape crisis center services. There is a request from President Lee to remove item number 77 from the consent calendar. Item 77 is to approve the First Amendment to the agreement with Santa Clara County Central Fire Protection District relating to providing communications, dispatching, and technical support services. And that concludes the consent calendar update.
Thank you. All right, let's see if there's any, I see a lot of lights actually going on here. Go ahead, Supervisor Abikoga, come down from your end.
Thank you, President Lee. I'm happy to make the motion to approve the consent, but I was hoping to make some comments on one of the items.
Sure, let's get a comment. I mean, you've got a motion, and let me go again second on that.
Second.
Okay, motion seconded. Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. So yes, I'm happy to support placing item 16 on consent, but wanted to just make a few comments on that item. First, thank you to everyone for your work in reviewing the board's engagement with our county's commissions. I think it's really important that we as a board stay engaged with these community members who are volunteering their time to advise and support the board on various important issues. So I appreciate the recommendations included in this report. After reflecting on this report, I understand that much of the level of engagement with our boards and commissions is an individual process for each of us supervisors and policy subcommittee members. However, I would just like to report back on some of the successes that we've already had with engagement through our committee and request that my colleagues also support their commissioners through this avenue. At the May Hewlett meeting, I placed all commissioner work plans on the regular agenda and requested commissions to attend our meeting in person to give Supervisor Arenas and I an update on their annual work plans. We also provided a remote participation option to allow for flexibility. Just as an example of the time commitment to move forward with hearing commission work plans on the regular agenda, at our May Hewlett meeting, 6 commissioners spoke, 5 in person, 1 on Zoom, and it took just 20 minutes to get through 6 commissions. There are 26 commissions reporting to subcommittees, 5 report to CSFC, 6 to FGOC, 4 to HHC, 2 to PSJC, and 9 to Hewlett. If each commissioner was given 1 to 2 minutes, the time commitment wouldn't be too much within each committee. I think spending 20 minutes of our time on the subcommittees is very worthwhile if it means we can have a deeper and more personal connection with our commissioners. For Hewlett, this was very well received by our commissioners, and I think it gave them a deeper sense of connection to the county and to the Board of Supervisors. We had one commissioner who mentioned they didn't even know their commission reported to Hewlett, so I think that goes to show you that even a relatively simple change like this can have an impact. A few commissioners reached out to me after the meeting to thank our office for the opportunity to speak to the committee. And additionally, we had a constituent call our office with a question regarding historical landmarks about a week after the Hewlett meeting. And because staff in our office had established a relationship with the Historical Heritage Commission chairperson who attended the meeting, we were able to connect our constituent with the Historical Heritage Commission to answer her questions. So I just wanted to emphasize that these commissions can be a great resource for the board, and I'd recommend that all my colleagues have their commissioners present at their relative subcommittees. And I will certainly be hearing our commissioners' work plans next year, and I'm planning on hearing a mid-year verbal report for this fiscal year as per the recommendation provided in administration's report. Finally, I just want to thank you once again to the commissioners who spoke at our meeting, and thank you to all of our county's commissioners. These are people who take time out of their busy schedules to volunteer their services and expertise to the county, and I'm very grateful we have people like them backing us up during this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Abacoga. I see Supervisor Ellenberg. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I requested to hold item 14, the annual report from the Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring, to provide an opportunity for the report to be presented at the Community Corrections and Law Enforcement Monitoring Committee first, and then return to the board at the first meeting in August with a report that includes any feedback from CCLEM. Going forward, I'd like to direct that every annual report be presented to CCLEM prior to being presented to the board. And additionally, I want to direct that going forward, all future reports be presented to the board no later than May. I want to also uplift the work in item 41. This item is an agreement that leverages CalWORKs funding for our parent-child and home visiting program. I want to express gratitude to First 5 Santa Clara County and our administration for reaching the agreement. A thank you is in order as well for our community-based partners who facilitate the program. I look forward to seeing what other non-general fund resources we can leverage to further strengthen and expand our home visiting programs in the county. Item 43 is a 5-year extension to our county's strong partnership with Roots Community Health Center. Beyond their role as a vital community clinic in our health system, Roots facilitates our Medi-Cal doula program as part of the Perinatal Equity Initiative. This agreement continues to view Roots as a foundational partner in both our Black Infant Health and Perinatal Equity Initiative programs. I'm glad that Roots will continue to facilitate the Black Infant Health and Perinatal Equity Initiative services and will remain a vital advocate and thought leader in how public health carries out this important work. Next, with regard to item 75, one of my staff members has a relationship with the contractor in this item, so it's my understanding that I'll need to recuse myself from that vote. On item 81, I'm glad to see staff working through the pre-development process to move the African American Cultural Center project forward in my district. As the report points out, approving item 81 will authorize staff to enter into pre-development agreements with the African American Cultural Center and EAH Housing to bring much-needed healthcare and affordable housing to Santa Clara County. I'll look forward to future updates and opportunities to support this exciting project. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice President Rennes.
Thank you. I have a couple of things. One is, this is on item 127, and this is Central Fire Capital Funds reappropriation to fiscal year 2026. So I'd like to keep the item on consent, but would like to ask that my supplemental memo regarding capital needs be included, given that our South County residents will be protected by Central Fire beginning on July 1st. My supplemental simply asks for a report back in the first meeting of August on the progress of the transition in South County. And I want to ask for a friendly amendment since this is going to continue on consent. I would like to move forward in my supplemental with items A and B, which asks for an update on capital needs of the transition, and then like to replace my original item C to instead simply request updates specifically focused on capital needs of Company 70, which is the volunteer firefighters program. So I want to just ask that A and B and the replacement of C be included in the consent.
Yes, great.
Perfect. Thank you. And then there's another item, which is, and I just want to thank the, no, not on that one. Sorry. Moving on. On item 73, these are all contracts to the Office of Diversion and Reentry Services. And I would like to take this off consent as there is roughly 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, around $11 million that are distributed among 4 providers. And it has, one has 2 one-year extension options, the other one has 4 one-year extension options, and I really don't, I want to make sure that administration continues to come back to the board and that we actually look at what these contracts are doing, how many are really participating in reentry, what they did last year, how long were people employed. Those are the kinds of questions I'm going to ask. This is something that just came up for me as I was reviewing item 73. I want to see the effectiveness of each of these contracts and the reason why we're continuing to fund folks at the level that we're funding them. So that is another friendly amendment to remove item 73 for discussion. Thank you, and that is it for me.
Thank you. All right, I don't have any further comments on this, and let's see, Ajani, do we have any public would like to speak on an item on the consent calendar?
I'm sorry, through the chair, I missed an additional correction to item 54 that I need to read into the record
Go ahead, please
to
read
consider.
item
Thank
54,
you.
yes.
So the correction to item 54, which included updating the eligible organization as a nonprofit, it should also reflect that Mama D Second Chance will act as the fiscal agent. And as far as public speakers go, we have one card in chambers, and it appears we have 3 hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, let's do 2 minutes each. And I want to remind the speaker, since we're only speaking regarding consent calendar item, I would need you to please state clearly which consent item number before you start speaking. Thank you.
And President Lee, just for the for everybody's awareness, since it's a little bit different than normal, item number 150 is an added item for discussion, is not included as a consent item.
Correct, yes.
Just in case the public had any confusion about that.
Right. Item 150 is not on the consent calendar. Thank you.
Brian Bertassini, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing, please approach the podium.
Okay. Good morning, President Lee and Supervisors. On a topic of contracts.
Which item number? I'm sorry.
Number 68.
68, thank you.
In August of 2019, Santa Clara County entered into an 8-year agreement with Dominion Voting Systems, a contract valued at tens of millions of dollars. The vendor appears to have failed to comply with its contractual obligations and misrepresented itself as possessing special knowledge and being a subject matter expert that would ensure compliance with all laws, codes, regulations, rules, orders applicable to the services to be provided. Dominion was negligent in its programming, configuration, administration of vote center and central vote count, those are the vote by mail tabulator voting systems. Election workers were trained to share usernames and passwords, violation of California Elections Code. Additionally, voting systems were programmed using unauthorized USB equipment and deployed with wireless communications that enabled additional violations of state elections code. It should be noted that County Council admitted these allegations in court pleadings in September of 2024. It's case 24 CV 429-168. I'm hopeful County Council will inform the terms and conditions of the contractor with Dominion Voting Systems by holding this vendor accountable for penalties and liabilities to the fullest extent possible, including terminating the agreement for cause. Also, the current version of Dominion Voting Systems in Santa Clara County has not been certified for the county's proposed ranked choice voting configuration options. With the voting system missing critical state and federal certification requirements, why are we even wasting our time considering the deployment of a risky and confusing technology when it doesn't meet the requirements for Measure F? The technology does not exist. Please vote no to receive the ranked choice voting report. In closing, I recommend an independent oversight committee be established to partner with county in providing internal, external audit services to ensure vendor performance and compliance.
Our next speaker is on Zoom. Ben, please accept the unmute. You may begin your comments.
Yes, I'd like to speak to item number 100. I believe that we should put this on the regular agenda, and let me tell you why. The district attorney is calling for a $409,000 increase in for the WCA contract for services that will be performed at the Child Advocacy Center. I mean, there's already going to be a total of $1,886,000 on that one particular contract, and I believe also on 99. He's asking for another forensic interviewer to be at the Child Advocacy Center. And I don't understand why he's asking for all this money, and he can't even make a referral to the Child Advocacy Center for children who report being molested. And he's doing that to my children in particular. And I mean, he's got the authority and he has the duty to do that when a parent reports to him directly that the children are being molested. He needs to provide a referral to the Child Advocacy Center so they can do a screening for these children. And he's neglecting that duty And so if he's neglecting that duty, how are we going to count on him to award contracts and to spend more money on protecting children when he can't just do this one basic thing? And he doesn't care about children, so he should not be in a position to be making these decisions. Look at what happened with Patrick Klein. He refused to prosecute him, and what ended up happening? That guy went on to molest dozens and dozens of other children. And all he did was send a message. If you molest children, all I'm going to do to you, the worst thing, I'm going to put you on the Brady list. I mean, that's just a terrible way. And we need to put this on the regular agenda. Thank you.
The next speaker in the queue is Sharon Luna. Please accept the unmute.
Good morning, President Lee and Supervisors. I'd like you to know I'm going to be addressing item 16. This item is significant as it pertains to the development of the work plan for the San Martin Planning Advisory Committee and other committees. As this SIMPAC chair, I am encouraged by the suggestions in item 16. I would like to advise you that as chair, I've consistently asked for a work plan, a comprehensive work plan, and even volunteered to lead the presentation to gather feedback from the committee and our planning department. Unfortunately, our frequent meeting cancellations have hindered our ability to advance this vital work. Please know that standing for both the Board of Supervisors and the residents of San Martin is a responsibility that I and other members of SIMPAC take seriously, and we are committed to upholding the bylaws, ordinance, and general plan. However, these ongoing cancellations have limited our access to crucial updates and prevented us from engaging with other departments. We fully recognize the importance of having a well-defined work plan and have made every effort to work with the SIMPAC and Planning Department in its development. However, there needs to be collective efforts and collaborations from all sides to provide a workable work plan. Fostering open and transparent communication is key to the building the understanding and collaboration among all of us. It was interesting because I feel that now I would need to attend a ULIT meeting in order to get our voices heard. Thank you.
Our next speaker is a phone number ending in 395. Please accept the unmute.
Good morning, it's Chris Robel. I was unilaterally cut off during the session about talking about items that are not on the agenda, and I did have an agenda, something that was not on the agenda I wanted to speak to. So I respectfully request 60 seconds so I can bring up my issue that was not.
Which item is it, please, sir?
It's an item that's not on the agenda during public communications, and you cut me off when you assumed I was talking about a tax increase, and I was not. Item 150.
That's item number 150, and we will be talking about that later today. Thank you.
I'm not talking about that item, though. I'm not going to talk about that item. It's an item that's not on the agenda. You assumed it was.
Yeah, if it's not on the agenda, it wouldn't be for comments. Thank you. Okay, we're at a consent item now, so sorry. Go ahead.
Sure.
Yes, Vice President Arenas, go ahead.
Thank you. I have one additional item, which is item 71. There is a missing outgoing member, or there were three outgoing members appointed, and there's two instead of three. So the missing recommended third appointment is Susan Murphy, and I wanted to see if we could include that in the motion.
Supervisor,
Yes.
I believe there might be some confusion with respect to that. The board's dropping down to 7 members, and as discussed at the last meeting, the composition would be 5 staff and 2 community members.
Got it. Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. All right. I think if we have any more public comments.
I'm sorry, through the chair, the last speaker was cut off. I'm not sure that he completed the comments. We didn't start the time, so
No, he was not commenting anything on the consent calendar, because now we're the consent calendar item at this point. Previously, he was trying to talk on item 150, in which he will be, of course, allowed to speak. We'll deal with item 150 later. Correct? Yeah, thank you. Yes, Tony?
My understanding was that the individual was saying that he wanted to speak on a non-agenda item, and so the question for you, Supervisor Lee, is whether you want to allow him to speak on non-agenda.
So we want us to reopen the non-agenda items
If
earlier.
you would like to do that for this limited purpose, you may.
Okay, let's do that, and I just want to make sure that he stick with the non-agenda item, and then we could do that. Go ahead, he has 1 minute based on the non-agenda item. Thank you.
okay. Speaker ending in 395, please unmute.
Okay, thank you. Most governments have their agenda packages set up so that there's a numbered agenda, and then for each of those items, there are links to specific documents. I've never seen a city council or a board of supervisors in other counties that, except for the Santa Clara County, that has it set up this way. If you want to see the details behind an agenda item, you have to download the entire agenda package with every attachment for every agenda item. For this meeting, that was 6,840 pages. That's what I had to download. That's what any citizen of this county has to download that wants to see it. Stacked, that's 5.5 3-inch ring binders. I wanted to see some information on one document, on one agenda item at this meeting, and that's what I had to do it. It was hidden and very hard to find because it's so. So I would actually, unless you're trying to prevent people from seeing details of items, I would respectfully request that the Board of Supervisors direct city staff to create links for each agenda item so they can do it and they can properly engage, because it's way too time.
Thank you. Actually, this is something that I myself have had questions of previously. So I'm going to ask staff to go back and look at this so that individuals can go and link to the actual supporting document of each item directly, so they don't have to download the 6,000 pages all at the same time. So that's something I want.
Supervisor, I would just say I'm actually confused by the comment. That's literally what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
You can click on individual links to each item online, so I'm not quite sure I understand the comment. That's how I access items during the board meeting.
Sure. Vice President, go ahead.
I think there's two different options that you can click on. One doesn't have any hyperlinks in it, and the other one does. I think there could be an opportunity just to facilitate what that looks like for folks, and I can understand how confusing that could be. I think there's always an area for improvement, whether it's the downloading or just facilitating the agenda item to be clear.
Okay, so I think what I might ask James is that if there's any way we could provide a little bit more clearer recommendations on our agenda to allow people to understand that besides clicking the agenda packet, right, doing the entire download for every item, that they are aware that they could actually hyperlink to each individual items, and that would also link them to the supporting documents. We could probably add a comment.
Excuse me,
go ahead,
President
Clerk.
Lee. Curtis Boone, Clerk of the Board. Just for those who are listening on our agenda portal, if you are looking at the list of meetings, there is, of course, a list to the agenda and the agenda packet for each meeting. If you click on the meeting date and time, you will go into a what we call a web outline view, where individual items are clickable, individual attachments are directly openable, so you do not need to download the entire packet. So you look for the meeting date and time. There's a clickable link that will take you to exactly what I believe the speaker is looking for.
Thank you, Curtis, for explanation. So let's see how that works, and if we have any more questions, then we'll come back on this. Thank you very much for the explanation. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. That being said, let's move to item number.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. We still need to take a vote.
Mr. Parliamentarian.
I believe we need a vote.
Yes, that's right. We have a motion, and we have a second with lots of amendments, and I'm not going to repeat all those. I think the clerk's got it, so let's go take the vote, please. Thank you.
Well, through the chair, I just would like to make sure I'm getting
Please
it
do.
correctly. Thank you. That was moved by Supervisor Abe-Koga, seconded by Supervisor Arenas, right? To include the adoption of the items and the updates to the consent calendar. and also including the recusal of Supervisor Ellenberg on item 75. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Abicoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Yoon.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
And President Lee.
Aye as well. Thank you
Motion
very much.
passes.
Thank you. Unanimous. And then now we can get to item number 8, which is a time certain to start no earlier than 10 a.m. I have 10:49 right now, which is a report from the Office of Supportive Housing relating to the community plan to end homelessness. I see Consuelo and AJ. Good morning.
Good morning, President Lee, members of the board. KJ Kaminsky, Acting Director for the Office of Supportive Housing, and I'm joined by Consuelo Hernandez, Deputy County Executive. We are excited to share an update on our community plan to end homelessness. Today, we're going to provide just a very brief background, highlight the progress in our annual supportive housing, State of the Supportive Housing System report, as well as provide a summary of our process for updating the plan over the coming year, and share the communications plan framework. So 15 years ago, our community was really in a phase of managing homelessness with a lot of good programs providing services, but we were not collectively advancing the goal to end homelessness as we are today. This slide just shows an overview of the timeline and where we've come. I want to just highlight a couple of things. You know, our collective impact strategy really began with the Blue Ribbon Commission to End on Homelessness, and was implemented through our Housing 1000 campaign that began in 2011. In that period, that 5-year period from 2011 to 2015, we also worked with Destination Home on the Home Not Found, the Cost of Homelessness in Silicon Valley report, which helped us understand how to target and prioritize our resources for those that need it the most. Our real first collective community-wide strategy was our 2015 community plan to end homelessness. And of course, in 2016, voters approved the Measure A Affordable Housing Bond, which was a key component to addressing some of the root causes of homelessness and expanding our housing programs. Over the last 5 years, we've been working towards the goals of the 2020 Community Plan to End Homelessness, really focused on growing our prevention system, and we launched our Heading Home initiative, and continued to make progress on our housing bond projects, and to date have 29 projects completed. As we the county has been working in this space, we have played multiple roles. We not only provide services and provide funding for housing development, but I want to highlight our role as the continuum of care lead as it relates to the community plan to end homelessness. OSH, the Office of Supportive Housing, is what's called the collaborative applicant for the continuum of care. And that means we apply for funding on behalf of the community. We monitor our system-wide performance to our goals. We maintain our quality assurance standards for all services across our system, and develop and implement new policies. And for the community plan, we're not only a participant in the development of the plan, but we have a leadership role as the continuum of care lead. We work with our partners across the community to develop the plan and implement and measure progress. I just want to ground us in the fact that no city in this county is meeting the need for affordable housing, and the shortage of affordable housing, especially for those at the lowest income levels, is the #1 reason why people continue to experience homelessness in our community, and driving the inflow into homelessness in our community. The success that we have had, and I'm going to share a little bit from the progress report for this year, has really been founded on our collective impact model. When we were a disjointed system, it was more difficult for people to access services, more difficult for us to measure progress. And the plan that we came together and developed 10 years ago in 2015 was the first time we reflected this collective impact model and recognized that ending homelessness in our community was going to take bold action from all groups of stakeholders, working together, not individually. Today, we have a robust supportive housing system with multiple interventions, and we measure progress not only of our programs, but we measure progress as a system. All of our programs, I'm not going to go through each of them, but really all of them are aimed at 3 goals: preventing homelessness, moving people from homelessness into housing, and providing basic needs and shelter for those who are living outdoors. The supportive housing system and the improvements that we've made over the last several years have been grounded in increasing access and equity across our system. So we have shared progress along the way, and we produce 2 data reports, both at the end of the calendar year and mid-calendar year, but we also produce an annual State of the Supportive Housing System report, which is what we're going to share a few highlights from today. And as you're all very familiar with, our strategy is in the 2020 to 2025 plan was around 3 focus areas: addressing the root cause of homelessness through system and policy change, expanding our prevention and housing programs, and improving the quality of life for unsheltered individuals. And all our progress is measured against the goals of our collective plan. And we've seen tremendous results and also some continued challenges. On our goal to house 20,000 people, we are now at over 18,000 people housed since 2020. Shelter has expanded 47% with another 1,000 beds in the shelter pipeline. But the inflow into homelessness persists. We have seen a 5% decrease since 2020, but we know that those root causes of shortage of affordable housing, lack of living wages in our community continue to pose challenges on reducing that inflow. Last week, we received a request to include capacity. Supervisor Ellenberg, on your request to include capacity comparing this year with the next fiscal year. So this slide shows in the areas of in homelessness prevention, permanent housing, and temporary shelter, both the system capacity today and the projected capacity for next year. For prevention, we have been able to expand the existing system to serve over 2,500 households this year. Our projected capacity right now is 2,350 households next year. There was a reduction in the City of San Jose contribution, but I understand they received direction from their city council to increase that funding in the fall. For permanent housing programs, we currently are able to serve a little over 6,000 households in both rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing programs across our system. We are projected to increase rapid rehousing by 448 units or households and permanent supportive housing by 108 in the next year, so that our system will be able to serve over 6,600. With regard to temporary housing, we currently have 4,376 beds available in our community, and we do have a shelter pipeline, as I mentioned, with units coming online this year, including beds at our Home Key Palo Alto site, beds at San Jose motel sites, and emergency interim housing sites. So next year, we will see an increase in shelter capacity. We expect to see an increase in shelter capacity to almost 5,300 beds across the county. And I also just want to highlight that, the State of the Supportive Housing System report that's attached to the legislative file is one of the ways that we also tell the story of our work. So we share the numbers quite frequently through our reports, but often don't have an opportunity to share both the work that we're doing on new initiatives, our partnerships with agencies and stakeholders across our community, but also really highlight some successes from the voices of the people who we're serving themselves. So if you're not a numbers person, I encourage you to review the report and look for those client stories that really, I'm so grateful to them as individuals for sharing their story with us so that we could share it with the community and demonstrate the impact of our work. Moving into our process for updating this plan, we are in the last year of the plan. And we want to build on the successes and the lessons that we've learned, but also develop a plan that reflects our current context. In 2020, as we were working on the current plan, we had, the recent passage of Measure A, Affordable Housing Bond, and our first projects coming online. We had a growing state commitment with new state programs adding resources in our community to address homelessness. And we came together to address the COVID-19 pandemic in the midst of furthering the goals of our collective plan. Today, we are facing challenges that were not present in 2020, including federal funding and policy uncertainties. We are facing shifting public opinion about the causes and the effectiveness of responses to homelessness in our community, and that's at nationally, state, and the local level, and increased efforts to criminalize homelessness. All of this context will be taken into account as we develop the new plan. So we've begun the work to update the plan. This spring and summer, we have convened, and through the summer, we are convening a steering committee. The steering committee is made up of diverse representatives of folks with lived experience of homelessness, city representatives, nonprofits. We have geographic distribution representatives from folks in different areas across the county. They're focused on data collection, gathering input from our partners, from folks accessing services in our system, and we are beginning our engagement with our city partners. I'll note that we attached to the legislative files also a sample of our city reports that we provide to all of our city partners. We do that twice a year, and we meet with the cities to make sure that we are working with them to understand the issues in their local community and that they are integrated into this larger effort. In the fall, we will begin rolling out more broadly the community engagement efforts and continue to and really look at focus areas as those come together to build the strategies for the plan. We have a goal to have a draft plan around the winter of this year with strategies to begin sharing that with the community and getting feedback and finalizing the plan in spring or summer of next year. A little bit more detail on the process. The pre-planning and data gathering phase, we're really looking at needs, gaps, successes, challenges, the current context. We are looking at system-level data review, but also holding the focus groups based on people accessing programs, but also the areas in which they're living, so we understand the geographic needs across our community. As we develop the draft plan, we will focus that around specific areas. In the last plan, we had the 3 strategy areas. We're looking at whether those need to be amended or we will continue with those 3 broad areas. And we're working with the Office of Communications and Public Affairs and other county departments as we develop the community engagement strategy. Really, the success of this plan is grounded in buy-in from community partners and a commitment to collectively advance the goals. None of us can do this alone, so that work that we will be doing with partner agencies, with community members, I think is the most critical piece of making sure we are successful in adoption and really getting commitment from various partners. When we come back next year and ask for endorsement, the first step is that we ask for our Lived Experience Advisory Board and our Youth Action Board to approve the plan before we take it to any other bodies. And then the COC board will also adopt. We'll bring it back to the board for your endorsement and work with other cities to bring it to them for their endorsement. When we're working with cities, and as we've had these conversations already, we're asking them to not only endorse the plan, but identify their goals and strategies and the ways that they will advance. So really, city implementation plans that align with the community-wide goals, which is a bit bigger of an ask than we had done in previous years. As we roll out this plan, we know that communications and the way that we share our story, the way that we talk about solutions that work is critical, and I'm going to pass it to Consuelo to share an overview of our communications framework.
Thank you, KJ. Good morning, Board. Consuelo Hernandez, Deputy County Executive. As KJ mentioned, and when you look at the beautiful charts and the history, the county has had to step in and play multiple roles, wear multiple hats, oftentimes wearing other people's hats, all in the service of the people in this community who need us the most. You all have asked us through different conversations or here at the board for a communications plan. You have also been very supportive of the Office of Supportive Housing in your statements that we do really great work, but oftentimes don't talk about our work enough. Little things like celebrating the renovation of 10 Kirk that has included a partnership with the Facilities and Fleet Department and the Office of Supportive Housing, the VA, the board office, our federal partners who have allocated funding for the project. Things like that don't take a lot of work actually to move forward. So we have been working with the Office of Supportive Housing and the Office of Communication and Public Affairs to come up with a strategy. In your packet, what we've included is a framework of a communications plan that is attempting to simplify our approach. One is to talk about our progress in Measure A. Very simply, we are over-delivering. We are providing more housing units than we committed in 2017 to do. And the second is to clarify for the public and to raise awareness of everything that the county is doing, both in funding and connecting people to housing. It is in draft form. Our intent is to check in with each of the offices to get feedback. And this slide here shows you the primary goals around that communication framework. In the packet, we've also included some very early drafts of what those high-level talking points or messages that we all want to repeat constantly and often in our social communications with the public. And we will be having a call to action to the board members once the plan is formalized and finalized. So today, really, what we're looking for is your feedback on the plan. It won't be the only time for you to provide feedback. We hope that you'll give us one-on-one feedback over the next few weeks. But anything that you want to share that you think very top level that we might have missed, this would be a good opportunity to provide that feedback. Particularly today, as KJ mentioned, where it's really hard to reconcile the narrative in the community that what we're doing is not working. When we have connected through our system, in our partnerships across the county, over 20,000 people, or close to 20,000 people into housing and different programs, it seems like a slap in the face to all of the people who have been housed and have received services through this collective impact model. And we're really looking forward to changing that dynamic and narrative in partnership with the board. And with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Consuelo. Supervisor Ellenberg, do you mind if I open up the public comments first?
Of course, thank you.
Sure. Ajay, how many speakers do we have on this item?
I'm showing one hand raised in Zoom. One hand raised in Zoom.
Okay, 2 minutes, please.
Paula Tish, please accept the unmute.
Hello. I just just wanted to say that, again, I'm standing here to sweep. And I just think that anything that we're going to spend any money on has to only focus on ending homelessness, homeless services, and that does not include anything with jail. So please do not support any of the programs that are coming out of San Jose that involve jailing unhoused people. And please don't do any of these pilot programs. We don't need smaller programs, we need bigger programs. And that includes focusing on LGBTQ and seniors, because when you're out at these camps, everyone out here is Black, brown, senior. We still have veterans out here, and LGBTQ. And we got trans folks out here that are completely unprotected and being thrown out to the wolves. That's pretty much it. Oh, I still have a minute 13? Oh, it's like a Lord, pray for me. Sorry, I'm so used to going fast. But we are out at this sweep. I got to say the crews are being very nice. I will give them kudos, especially because I'm standing in front of the supervisor. But we have people out here who are veterans that are not being offered any kind of housing. And we have trans folks that are not going anywhere because they're not being offered anything. And I have somebody who's following me and calling me names, so it's not going to end well for them. Sorry, T, just for a second. So we have but we need this. We need more housing. We need a lot of it. And we need to really protect people that are not being protected right now. We are not doing a good job for seniors. We are not doing a good job for LGBTQ. Thank you very, very much.
That was our only speaker for this item.
Yes, I'll go ahead and close the public comment period. And since Supervisor Ellenberg, you'd like to keep on first, so I'll get before you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I would certainly echo the speaker's sentiment that we need more housing, much more housing, and we need yet better care for folks that are still experiencing homelessness and not into housing yet. And KJ and Consuelo, thank you, as always, for your work. Thank you today in particular for the presentation and for incorporating my requests from the budget hearing last week into the slide deck. The report today really just continued to deepen my understanding of how we have built up our housing resources over the years. And I think we are all coming to the very clear understanding that it is critical that all of the stakeholders across the county are on the same page and understand what works and what doesn't, and in fact reaches agreement on what problem we are trying to solve. Because I am not even sure after all of these years that there is unity around that question. Are we trying truly to increase the supply of housing in our community, or are we simply trying in some fashion to disappear the people who are currently experiencing homelessness? And we literally cannot do one without the other. And I know you know that, but again, I appreciate our growing efforts to educate other communities as well as the public. I want to make just a couple of high-level comments, as you requested, on the different sections of the report. In section 1 on page 3, the comments around barriers to success and how we're unable to keep up with the inflow of new people becoming homeless every year really resonates with me, because certainly if people continue to lose their housing due to factors beyond our control, we're not going to build our way out of this. We're not really even going to keep up with this crisis. So in thinking about investments in homelessness prevention, those are the dollars that are proven to go extraordinarily far. I think we need to make part of our engagement with all of our cities in particular, some education around why this model works, what sounds obvious, that preventing someone from losing their housing is more expensive than getting them back into housing. But really making that case, particularly when we see municipalities that are maybe reluctant to add new units, perhaps a much more palatable, they need to do that, but perhaps as we take baby steps, a much more palatable solution may be significantly investing in guaranteed income pilots, in more emergency rental assistance, in legal services for tenants, all of those pieces that keep people housed and ultimately will reduce not by much, but will reduce by some the number of additional housing units we need to build. So I think that's got to be a really big piece of our work. In section 2, on page 4 of the report, there's mention of the homelessness prevention capacity. I think I'm going to make the same point again, so let me not repeat, but it's disappointing to see, at least for the moment, the city of San Jose reducing their investment in homelessness prevention, especially given what we know, and given their clear priority as well, at least to reduce the number of people who are unsheltered. One way to do that certainly is to prevent them from losing their housing. So I'm hoping that through education and continued engagement, we'll be able to help build those investments, not only from San Jose, but from our other cities. In section 3, want to acknowledge and appreciate the work that you're doing, reaching out to stakeholders. The partnerships are so important. The framework and the timeline, I think, are really critical. I appreciate that there will be a call to action for each of the supervisors. My guess is that we're all eager to help in our own districts. And I am particularly interested in some of that direct city outreach. When Supervisor Chavez was on the board, she created, and I'm not going to call it a task force, or I don't want to scare anybody, but let's just call it a casual meeting, just a get together, with representatives from all of the cities where we can, so from an elected perspective, we can bring people together for updates, to answer questions, to talk about not only commitments, which everyone has, according to their RENA goals, but what it really looks like in their city, what they can do to prevent more people from falling into homelessness. And I would be interested in helping, and Supervisor Young indicated that she would like to partner on that, and certainly has the experience having organized it with Supervisor Chavez, to just bring those groups together again when this plan is ready, to be able to fully engage our partners and ensure that they don't feel in a position that we are simply telling everyone what to do, but that we are truly making the well-supported case that we have strategies that work, and we can scale them best if everyone is working together. So I look forward to that, and just thank you. Thank you for the really, really good work. We are moving needles, and I'm encouraged to do more. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Young.
Thank you. I co-sign all of that and look forward to having this casual convening. Yeah, just to move this forward and to follow your lead. So Consuelo and KJ, thank you so much for your leadership. I truly believe that no other county does it the way we do. No other jurisdiction has done as much as we have. And I really enjoyed the report, the attachment, the ledge file. This was extremely comprehensive, and I really appreciate the data being presented from multiple perspectives to paint a fulsome picture. To the world that's listening out there, I highly encourage every single jurisdictional elected in any region who's interested or committed to solving this crisis to read this report. So to our city partners, to our state legislatures, this is something that is very helpful. And I feel like every other statement was highlighted in my packet, either as a value statement, either as insight into our systems, program, funding sources, allocation strategies, convenings, engagement. You didn't just build housing, you built a whole system of care, a network of housing, a robust infrastructure that can continue to be built upon and that is able to generate its own revenue to some degree to continue this work. So I just want to really make sure I give you your flowers and appreciate you for this work. I do have some questions and some comments. There is a reference in attachment A to a national model that we've created in the form of our homelessness prevention system. I would love to delve more into that, so in a subsequent briefing or one-on-one or offline, but certainly would love to keep that in mind for future communication strategies as they become developed. As to the data, the flow charts and the datas and the programs, the various points of access to our singular point of entry into our various programs would be really helpful for me as a visual learner to see that as a flow chart. If we were to be able, and you could also tell me by, in a couple months if you say, hey, we tried it doesn't work, like totally fine with that. Just a thought in terms of some feedback that if we could model some type of visual flow chart from the perspective if I was someone who was housing insecure or someone on the verge of, just different scenarios, right? What the disability, what the chronic health condition, what the family, right? What are the pathways, potential pathways and points of entry to our comprehensive system? Then the report title. It's the report title, Community Plan to End Homelessness. It's simple, it's direct, it's clear and aspirational. It's just something as food for thought that maybe it leaves us open to some criticism from folks that, they're not seeing the comprehensive, the fullness, the richness of our work, of your work, right? And that would that set us up for unnecessary or unfair criticism, like, there's been 2 iterations of this plan, you haven't ended homelessness yet. We've done more than any other jurisdiction in this area. And we've created the playbook. You've all created the playbook practically for this. But just if this is not legally or federally or statutorily dictated, is there room or opportunity as you're planning your communication, as you're working on the messaging, the framing of your work moving forward, is this something to consider? And then on page 5 of attachment A, packet page 58, there is a graphic that shows the number of people housed per year. And one can see that the number is up and down and not a clear trend. KJ, could I ask you to provide more context to that it's not just random spikes, but there's a historical context to this, right?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor, for the question. We have been working to expand the system, but some of the expansion is resource-driven. What we saw in 2023 was we had over 1,000 vouchers dedicated to our community through the Emergency Housing Voucher Program. We, as a community, prioritized families for the majority of those vouchers. So we were able to very quickly enroll a lot of families, which meant higher numbers of people. And we saw the increase in 2023 was associated in part because of that additional resource, which I think really tells us when we have the resources available. And at that time, as we were dedicating the families, we were pulling families directly from the shelter wait list into permanent, to help them go into permanent housing and avoid shelters altogether. So when Unfortunately, the federal resources in housing vouchers has historically been underfunded, but when those resources are available, we're able to very quickly deploy and house people in a very short period of time.
Yeah.
If I can add, Supervisor Young, if you turn to the next page, or page 7 of the report, where we talk about the number of people that are entering homelessness. So if you just isolate 2023, while we housed 4,487 people, 4,297 new people became homeless. So when we talk about we cannot keep up with the inflow, that is what we're talking about. The massive increase of one-time funding can have an impact, but if you're not stopping the core issues of why people become homeless, the lack of affordability, wage gap, system inequalities, we're just not going to be able to keep up.
Yeah, and now we're in this math equation that isn't math, right? For every one we house, 1.8 becomes enters housing insecurity and homelessness. Thank you so much for that context. I think that's part of our storytelling, and what I heard just now is an additional chapter to this saga, right? This ongoing telling of our narrative. And now, Consuelo, something you said during your presentation really struck me, and I'm gonna be, it's staying with me. We listen to staff, they present, and you're right, when other jurisdictions, other entities that have not done nearly the work or done the work accuses or criticizes our organization, your operation of not doing the work. It is a slap to the face of all those, our clients, our residents, our families that have done the hard work themselves to recover, to reunify with their families, to be housed. And the narratives in the attachment A were very telling of those stories. They were very clear representation and just representation of that. And I fear, I guess I know that those attacks will keep on coming. As you talked about the systemic issues of inflow, and other entities are looking for quick fixes and Band-Aids versus having these hard conversations, reflections of our systems that is perpetuating a lot of the systemic failures, keeping people unhoused and keeping people in generational poverty. And so as part of the communication strategy, it does have to be said that we do have to be able to tell the story of our great work on one hand, but the inflow and what factors continue to result in street homelessness and what people see out there. And it's really, looking to attachment C in the communication plan, just from the bullets on messaging, which I agree with all of them, just would love to know when we have further conversations about this, what are the bullet points that we can list in our communication strategy to take those criticisms or take that notion head on. Let's see, I think just a very fulsome report. I really, really appreciate your work. I'm really grateful for it, and I'm just so proud of this county organization for having led the charge. Thank you.
Okay, next on the light I saw was Supervisor Abakoga.
Thank you. Thank you, President Lee. And I just also want to add my deep thanks to staff for the incredible work that's been accomplished, and then for this wonderful report, very comprehensive, looking at strategy shifts moving forward as we close out Measure A. And I do appreciate the strategic thinking that's going into how to make the highest and best use of the remaining resources we have for Measure A. In terms of, I think we have to think about, I know we've talked about, well, what's next? At the end of the day, very much appreciate, yes, we need more affordable housing. And coming from a city, I will say that, and even with all of our entities, the real challenge is having the resources to build more affordable housing units. And Unfortunately, even though the state mandates certain numbers of units per city and the county through RENA and the whole housing element, there's not enough funding, frankly, to be able to build those units. And so when I hear folks say we need more affordable housing, I say, yes, we do, but the reality is that there aren't enough resources to do it. And I've said this before, but just the pure economics of it is when the RENA numbers show we need 42% of our total number being affordable, and yet, we can do inclusionary zoning, but we've been told the market will only sustain 15, maybe 20%. My question is, okay, where does the other 20 to 22% come from? And that has yet to be answered. And Measure A has done a great job in filling that hole, but as we near the end of Measure A funds, we will have to think about what next, what are our future funding streams to continue the momentum that we have from Measure A. So I think that's the ongoing discussion, and I know that we are in tough times right now financially everywhere, so it's even a bigger challenge, but I do appreciate the focus on prevention. I've been a big advocate of that. I was championed rental assistance during COVID and just, saw the success in being able to prevent folks from losing their homes in the first place. So I very much appreciate our focusing on those efforts and strategies. I would say, and I appreciate that we are being inclusive and reaching out to all of our communities and cities early. I think that's really important. I recently, at the last Cities Association of Santa Clara County meeting, I was actually asked to speak and decided to speak on our housing and homelessness work of the county. And to be honest, before coming here, I even had questions, frankly, of the role of what cities' role is versus the counties, and I'm getting a better understanding of that, and I was able to share that with the other city representatives, because I think that is always this constant question, is like, what are the responsibilities of each entity, jurisdiction? So the more we can share that, explain that, I think that, that it's better for all of us. I would say I was trying to characterize it as we provide services, the cities have to build the actual units. I think Measure A kind of made that a little more complicated because we started, getting into the building part of it too. But I think it is important to clearly delineate what our roles are, and also how important it is for us to collaborate. So I'm assuming that you'll be reaching out to all of the cities. I appreciate that Los Gatos and Saratoga are already engaging, but you will continue to reach out to all of the communities. Great. And then as we begin to look at reallocation of existing funds, would you be able to provide an off-agenda report outlining the projects that are under consideration for, which have been stalled or that may be defunded as a result of the reallocation?
If I may, through Board President Lee, as Supervisor Abekoga, I believe you are speaking to item 9.
Oh, yes.
And
yes.
we can definitely provide a response through an off-agenda for item 9.
Okay, great. So, thank you. Sorry, I might have jumped the gun there. So thank you again for all of the hard work. And I would say, in regards to the title and the ending homelessness, it was actually County Supervisor Chavez who had said to me, Margaret, you have to think big, and her goal was to end homelessness. And I know that it is quite a lofty goal, but I think it is important to have such a goal there for us to work towards. I know we can say work to decrease homelessness and whatnot, but I actually like that idea of having a high goal for us to work towards. So I do actually appreciate that our goal is to end homelessness, and it'll take a long time, I understand, but I do think that it is possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's see. First of all, thank you very much for the report, Consuelo and KJ and your team for putting this very comprehensive report together. And as we have seen, it's really actually interesting to see that only one person called today on this huge topic when there's so much noise at the city of San Jose when it comes to this issue. And I think it also highlights the issue that we are not getting any media attention of what we're doing, as if good work is not being rewarded, and then always is the visible versus invisible, right? So the unsheltered homeless that's very visible is what basically is the dialogue that's being heard from the public, while the invisible homeless, right? Those are couch surfing, living in people's bedrooms or living in cars or RV, whatnot. A lot of those which are less visible are basically not being talked about or being focused on. And when we talk about preventing homelessness, as we all have learned, it's far easier to keep somebody who is month to month on the rent and they can make rent for a month or two, to keep them where they are than having them go through the whole system. Because once they are in the system, being homeless, as we know, is much harder to get them back into housing. I mean, just putting in the first month's deposit, right, is a big deal. And of course, we have also done that multiple times to help countless of individuals. So I just want to call it out. That's one of the reasons why we're having this debate. And it's not so much a debate, it's that we're all working to the same goal. But unfortunately, the good work of the county a lot of times is what I call invisible to many of the public. And that's why we're getting that term. And some people know so little of what we do, basically thought, oh, the county doesn't do anything. Right? When they say words like that, I wasn't so much being offended. I just felt that you really don't know what we're doing. And then at the same time, maybe we're not good enough telling the story of what we're doing. So I think this is the plan that you have laid out, which is really important to explain to folks exactly what good work we are doing. And we're not just doing in San Jose. We have 15 towns and cities that we're covering. And so the work that we do is far greater, and I think the impact is greater. The numbers speak for itself. But people sometimes they look at numbers. It's just a number. They don't feel it when they see that individual still on the streets, near their work, where their homes, that they walk by. That's the visible part, right? That we are dealing with. So that's one. Second is we talked about veterans. On the call, I just mentioned there are a few veterans. And as first of all, I just thank for the tour both of you have provided to me and my staff this a few days ago at 10 Kirk. Since we purchased that space, what we have learned is that that space was very, very run down. Many things were absolutely not up to code, fire hazards, and we can go on that list. And there were a lot of cleanup, a lot of code compliance work, and so a lot of really hard work has been done through FAF, which is also under your bailiwick now, Consuelo, congratulations, to get all fixed up. So able to see these spaces, 2 of the buildings being renovated, was very enlightening to see, getting an HVAC system, heat pump, right, both heat and air conditioning. Those are things that basically have been missing on these spaces for our heroes, honestly, right, that serve. So I just want to say thank you so much. Those 2 buildings we saw would house potentially up to or even over 40 individuals, potentially, beds that we could provide there. And this would be done probably in about a month or so, depending on final work on clearance and contracting. So I'll say first, thank you for that. And there's a question earlier saying that veterans are having a hard time getting into these spaces. So one thing I'm going to ask is there a phone number that we could provide, if we don't have one, something to look into, that we can provide specifically to the single veterans to apply for these housing beds that will be coming online soon? Is this something that we might be able to look into, or at least get a referral through to the VA so that they could get the process started with abode and get them these beds in the future?
Yes, thank you, President Lee. We can follow up with a phone number to share with folks who are calling in for assistance, and also work with, there's some specific veteran outreach groups in our community working with vets. So we will share that resource to make sure those beds are well utilized and folks who need them get that support.
Absolutely. I mean, we know that through our continuing care system, we have a phone call that people can make, and of course, there's a wait list. If you're veterans, you might not need to get on that list. There are other resources that specifically veterans can get. So I just make sure that they get diverted to those systems. And if these beds are coming up soon, I look forward to getting a lot of those housed fairly quickly. Let's see. I see a couple of lights. I see Vice President Arenas, but I also see Greta's too. Greta, you want to go ahead and add anything right now?
I can wait until after Supervisor Arenas.
Sure. Okay. Vice President Arenas, please.
Oh, thank you. All right, so also going to add to everybody's expressed gratitude of the plan and this update. And I'm going to start with something that you've heard me talk about before, Heal It, and that is what is in your attachment C, which is the housing, the communication plan and framework. And so I've asked for us to, one, develop a messaging, and I know that you have your own messaging, and I'm just going to add to the comments that have already been expressed. I apologize if some of them are repetitive. I've said this on the city side, and I'm not saying this on the county side, and it's true for either entity. So I think most people know about how Don't Mess with Texas logo came around, right? But, or maybe sometimes there's folks who don't understand or who don't know the origin of it and just think that Texans are very proud of who they are. But that really was born out of a marketing campaign, because Texas was getting a lot of litter on the roadways and highways, and there was I think it was either Public Works or something similar, no, Department of Transportation put out an RFP, and the first campaign failed, right? I can't even remember what it was, that's how it failed, right? But the second campaign really caught on. And they added it to garbage cans, they added it to everything, and then it just became an identity that Texas stepped into, right? And creating that pride about who they are also meant picking up that trash and keep their cities clean. And so I think in the same vein, we need to figure out what our story is so that, one, it could really elevate who we are as people. And we can talk numbers all we want, but numbers are not going to tell us, not going to tell people the story, and it's not going to reach the emotional part of who they are, right? It's not going to elicit the kind of response that we really need. And I feel like we need a marketing specialist that can come in and really help us shape that. I really appreciate what you've brought so far and elevating the stories, right? But I really think that the stories are how we should tell the story, our story, because the numbers are just numbers. We house 6,000. We're going to house 6,000. That's another 12,000. That's a lot, but I don't know how many people are in our city or in our county. What does that really mean relative to what the problem is? Because I still see everything on the streets, right? And there's a little bit of cognitive dissonance there because we want you to believe what we're telling you, not what you're seeing, right? And so I think there's an opportunity for us to acknowledge what people are seeing and let them know what that is. And I think somebody else spoke to this, but those are the root causes, right? What we are battling right now is poverty. It's not just the homeless issue. It truly is poverty. And you could see that through school closures. You can see that through the super commuters. I'm sorry, I was reading my own notes because I scribbled. You could also see that in the business world. I mean, I'm not trying to elicit for them, but empty offices, empty storefronts, and not enough development that has been built. That is truly part of this story, right? And then, of course, there's corporate responsibility. If people are not paid enough, we can't just sanitize the story and say it's a wage gap. Although I understand it is a wage gap, but most people don't understand that. That means people are not getting paid enough. That means corporations are being irresponsible with workers. And I really think that we need to stop sanitizing messages and really get to the heart of what we're saying. One of the things that folks have been very effective in the community is activating their neighbors around what they fear, right? And if what they fear is that those problems are going to come to their community, or the problems that are the whatever they see as a problem or consider a problem of folks who are unhoused, or who are in interim housing, or who are in any kind of the different options that we have, that somehow that problem is going to plague them too, and all of a sudden it's going to be it's going to be part of their problem, right? And I think we need to shift how we are sharing interim housing solutions. As you've seen, we've had some like major disappointments, or at least I've considered disappointments. One with the purchase of one of the homes that we were supposed to have with the city of San Jose. They just didn't have the political will to get through with that purchase. And then recently, I think you've all seen one of the community meetings in District 9 for Vice Mayor Pam Foley, and how people misconstrued what this home key solution is for women and children, and who they think is going to come in there and said they are, there's these moms who have drug issues and who blah, all of these things. And so I think it's really important for us to lay the foundation about the narrative and the stories of who these people are, because they're our next door neighbors. They're people who work with us. And we really need to figure out, how do we get some of those neighborhood associations to be part of our champions, to be our champions. Because those are the folks who are going to either make it or break it in that particular neighborhood. And I don't see that as part of the plan, is really working with our neighborhood associations, and because those are the people that are actually, really activating others, signing petitions, and establishing their own narrative. And once they have the floor, it is like a wildfire. You cannot stop it from happening, as we've seen like the 500 plus online speakers at the meeting earlier this year, and the 100 plus that showed up at Pam Foley's event. So all to say that we need to make sure that we activate people's emotions about who our unhoused are. And it's that mom that is hanging on by a thread, sleeping in her car so their kiddo can finish high school. It is some of the babies that have passed away and nobody knows about, right? It's the elders who couldn't afford to stay in the room, in their house, and whoever it is, those are the stories that are really going to elicit and that people can connect with. And I really hope that we can elevate those stories before the implementation of this new unit in the city of San Jose's police department, because that story is going to stick because somebody's doing something about it, right? And now they have a solution for that problem that they established and identified as such. And so how are we going to counter all of those things? And I think we need to do something like ASAP. So I'm going to ask you about what is, and I don't know if there's any funding for this, have we tapped into any marketing firms to help us shape the story, counter it, and not just say, hey, we've been doing a lot of work because we've been doing this and this and this, because that's very defensive, right? And then we're sticking to whatever points people have already established about who we are and not really owning who we are. So do we have marketing?
Thank you, Supervisor Arenas, for the question. The proposal before you, it was put together by county staff. We have a new staff person out of the county executive's office working very closely with David Campos, who's helping organize that. We also have some existing resources that I think will firmly address your question. At this point, we're not asking for new resources. We need to really dive deep into this recommendation before you and finish the plan, work with each of you to read the messaging. I think I might have shared with you, Supervisor Arenas, this is very much an early draft. We anticipate having more, to your point of don't mess with Texas, like there's this kind of like quick, snappy, Supervisor Jung, when we were talking about Measure A, inspired us in some of the ways that she was saying, we have over-delivered. We have overpromised. Like those things are really catchy, and that's what's missing or has been missing from our work. We also do want to leverage the things that have worked in our prior engagement. We used to, before the pandemic, go to every neighborhood. Before we presented a Measure A project to the board, we had Housing Ready Communities in partnership with Destination Home, and we would actually have a series of meetings educating the neighbors, what is affordable housing, how do people become homeless, and then we would introduce the project. That's why you see no opposition, really, when it comes to permanent housing. You don't see that coming to your board. Because of all of that. And,
so if that worked with development, then that same principle applies to inactive times, right? Passive times.
Right.
And this is the piece that I'm telling you about the neighborhood associations, because we can't expect people to believe us when we say we over-delivered. How? If this problem isn't solved and people are still in the streets, right? We're asking them to believe us rather than what they see. I don't know that that's going to be a message that is going to hit home. So, James, I don't know if there is a marketing firm that we can bring in, because I think we are in trouble in terms of how we are going to message this. And not to say that I don't think that this is something that has already been worked on, but I've asked for this months and months ago, and probably my first year that I was here. And now we are on the defensive with a mayor that isn't afraid to be bold about and criticize what it is that we're doing. And now we are part and parcel of people's conversations on the dais at council with one of the biggest cities that we have.
Yeah, we can certainly bring in a marketing firm. I think the comments that have come out from the city are not just devoid of core facts, but really misunderstand roles and responsibilities very, very fundamentally. And I think that is something that does require a lot of public communication because, people don't know the three branches of the federal government, and they certainly don't know the difference between a city, a county, a special district, the state, and the state of California. This governor, for example, who has made a lot of noise about the homelessness crisis, zeroed out all funding in his budget, zeroed it out. And the legislature has maintained that in its budget proposal. And so there's huge failures at the state level as well, on top of the challenges that you're naming with respect to our partnership with the city. So we absolutely can bring in a marketing firm. I just think we also need to recognize that in an environment where basic understanding of civics is so weak, that engaging in that conversation is going to be a challenging one. That doesn't mean we don't do it. We have to do it. But we also just need to recognize that people don't have basic understanding of roles and responsibilities, and that's why it was very openly discussed right here in these chambers a decade ago that by stepping into the Measure A conversation, we were going to, on the one hand, do some really incredible and important work for the community, and on the other, that we were going to pretty inevitably open the door to very unfair, affactual, and problematic criticism of the county organization with respect to a body and area of work that isn't the county's core responsibility. And that was very openly discussed. Of course, that was years ago, but it was acknowledged that what was likely to happen was that people would be very happy to then foist things onto the county when the county had actually stepped forward to build thousands of units in a space, area, and responsibility that's not core county responsibility. So it's not surprising. In fact, it was very predicted that that falls in the category of no good deed goes unpunished. And the county having stepped forward and to Consuelo's point, having actually over-delivered on the units that were actually promised in Measure A. Measure A wasn't a promise to eliminate homelessness. It was a promise to deliver a certain number of built units. And of course, that hasn't been super well understood in the public conversation either. But that was the promise, was to deliver a certain number of units. And that promise has been not just met, it's been more than delivered upon. So in any event, we will engage a marketing entity to help with emphasizing all those points of critical communication. But it is also a major challenge when other civic leaders, whether it's at the state level, the city level, or otherwise, choose willfully to conflate responsibility and not be clear about what is and isn't happening. And this is, of course, not unique to this domain. We see this in such a troubling level from the federal government on so many fronts too, and it's a huge challenge. But I think we have to be really crystal clear about our roles, our responsibilities, and what we have done, and communicate that consistently time and time again. And with respect to Measure A, it was a specific bond, specific number of units, have just complete clarity around what exactly was intended and what's actually been accomplished and achieved in that program. And it's been a resounding success when you actually measure it based on what was actually promised at the time.
And I don't want to take from that. I'm not taking from our success. It's very successful. But what I'm talking about is a campaign that is exterior to us. Insiders know, right? We all know. But the rest of the community doesn't know. And then how do we turn? I think we have an opportunity right now to utilize some of the folks who are very dissatisfied with our federal government maybe even local, whomever, to continue to bring them into our messaging and become some of those folks who show up at the meetings versus the others who are there to complain. And I've got to tell you, I understand that there's a difference in terms of duties, and I think it's in terms of municipalities and who's in charge of what, and I think there's some value in clarifying those roles. But your typical resident isn't going to care. They call the council offices for everything under the sun. And as soon as you give them the correct entity to appropriately address their issue, they call that passing the buck, right? Unless you really handhold them into and do a warm handoff, introduce them to the next person, make sure that it doesn't, that call doesn't fall through the cracks. And then those folks actually become really good champions of what you're doing. I'm focusing on this because if we don't change the narrative, when we talk about our homeless, our plan to end homelessness, I want it to be effective, and I want it to be successful, but we need to have the right narrative, and we need to couch it just right. And there's no, I don't think that you haven't over-delivered. You absolutely have. But our community is not going to believe that with what they see out there. And so I think we have to make sure that we tell the story of those who are in our community who are impacted by poverty. Because in the end, that's what it is. It's poverty. And we have to make sure that we highlight those root causes. And then maybe take a look at the neighborhood toolkit that you have to see how we can help you carry that message out as well within our own districts, because we have those relationships with folks. Anyways, that is my piece. I'm hoping that, I don't know if that needs to be part of the motion so that we can.
We don't have a motion yet, do we?
No motion on the table.
Yeah, go ahead, make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve and then ask to direct our county executive to secure a marketing expert in, I won't say what area, but in a marketing expert as soon as possible to help shape our messaging around not only our plan to end homelessness, but on the issues of the unhoused.
If I may
Please.
offer just a gentle counterpoint, I'm not convinced yet that we do need external marketing. We obviously need good messaging and a good campaign. I think our county has some history of doing good campaigns around the health system and the one county, one voice pieces. We do have this new PIO, and we have a very skilled Office of Public Affairs. I would love to see this report play through, and if we feel that there's a need for external, I'm happy
We
to come
can
back
have
to
it
it.
as an option, but I'm going to tell you, if we were so successful, we wouldn't be talking about this right now.
I'm not sure that that's true, because I don't know that we have really made the intentional effort. In fact, we've talked for a long time about how we've been so focused on the work that we haven't really invested in narrative and communication. And I think it's late that we're starting, but I think we're just starting that now. And again, I'm not categorically opposed to it. I just don't
We
want to
can
do it
have it as an
prematurely.
option, Supervisor Ellenberg.
With
but
an option, I'm happy to second it. And
Yeah.
and if
We-
you're right, I am
We
very
can have
happy
it
to
as
do
an
that.
option. I just don't want folks not to have the resources that they need. And not to say that you can't develop them, but we are not everything. You might be really great in terms of delivering our deliverables and over-delivering, but maybe you're not marketing folks, right? We can't be everything to everyone. I can't expect you to do everything. So if you need that, then it's there for you. But what I'm trying to stress, and this is why I'm keeping my comments to just this, is that if we don't take a hold of our messaging, others have already taken a hold of who we are and are telling people exactly why we have the issues that we have in the unhoused, and that's because of us, right? Anyway, so yes, I'm happy to take that as an option.
Thank you. Then I'm very happy to second, and I also just would agree that with as many brilliant things as you do, you don't need to be the marketing experts. We do have some internal folks, and if it turns out that we need additional support, I think you should certainly ask for it. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly no good deed goes unpunished. And at the county here, good work gets rewarded with more work. That's been the mantra, I think, for many years that I see Consuelo nodding. I think with all the conversations and the urging, this full board feels very strongly about a marketing campaign, about a narrative, right? And I just want to also, because I've said that in multiple conversations with you, both in public and in private, that my expectation of you is to do what you're doing, to build housing, to change the world, to continue to make sure that people are housed as quickly as possible. So if there is an option for us to consider other technical support to come into this, and I'll just draw an example that during COVID-19 pandemic, in the EOC, at some point, we did seek out the technical expertise of a medical, specifically health field, health crisis messaging firm. I didn't even know there was such a niche, but it makes sense now. And the impetus for having that contracted partner come on board was that the consequences of our messaging was going to be more people dying from COVID. And I think the consequences of our messaging today is going to be another Measure A 2.0 not being passed. The appetite for more funding to build more affordable housing may not be passed. The impetus and the political will to ask planning departments and city jurisdictions to reevaluate how they zone and how quickly they approve all construction of all levels of housing, market rate housing, affordable housing, very low income housing, will not be motivated in full, right? So to echo what my colleagues have already said, I think it's very worthwhile to consider as an option what opportunities and what specialties are out there, so that you all can continue doing what you need to do. And also, I also know that OCP, our communications office, I know there's a new acronym, I'm sorry, I don't know. Yeah, like OPA, but OPCA, oh, no, huh? I'm so sorry, Leticia. But they also have their hands full with constant asks for communications to communicate to the world the numerous services and offerings that we have too in our messaging. Switching gears a little bit, a question I forgot to ask earlier. KJ, earlier, a little while back, we had a briefing. You provided a briefing for my office. And you had also let us know that at that time we reached functional zero in homelessness amongst our veterans. Is that still the case today?
Yes, that is still the case today. So every month we consistently, probably for at least the last 3 or 4 years, are housing more veterans than we're seeing come into our system for the first time. It doesn't mean we don't still have work to do. We have about 200 to 300 veterans on our that we're working with to try to permanently house now.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Congratulations on reaching functional zero on homelessness amongst our veterans. It's a term that I hear a lot across the county as a goal, and we've already achieved that for at least one vulnerable population. So I'll be making a a Facebook post out of that today. So I'm not a messaging like strategist or PR firm, but I can at least do that. So oh, Otto, I'm sure he hears us from the back too. Our veteran president is probably jumping for joy back there.
And thank you, Supervisor Jung, for that. Just like the complexities of this work that we do, it's yes and to everything that you're saying. And we tried to articulate the roles and responsibilities in the table on page 2 of attachment C, where this allows the Office of Supportive Housing the great work that they do best, which is to house people, and then really relying on our Office of Communications and Public Affairs to do what they do best, and supported by the Office of the County Executive, and then again, the call to action for our board members to implement those documents. And when we think about functional zero, I just caution us with that, because inevitably somebody will feel, well, I'm a veteran, I'm one of those 300 veterans that KJ just mentioned, and your campaign hasn't helped me. So it's
not yet.
Not yet.
It's in the process. Yeah, that's
So,
what I'm hearing.
thank you.
Thank you, Consuelo, for that additional perspective. Yes. Thank you. Well, thank you to the staff, and thank you, Supervisor, my colleagues, for this very fulsome discussion. I'll just add one more thing. I know this is like way back in the past, right? 2016's Measure A, the campaign promised that we would build 4,800 units in 10 years, where, according to this report, we're going to be approaching way past 6,000 units by the time this 10-year period ends. So just thank you. The weight of that accomplishment is going to be paying off for generations to come. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Greta.
I know we're close to the end on this item, but I just wanted to share one maybe final reflection as having had the privilege of sitting at this dais over 10 years of conversations on this topic, and just wanted to acknowledge something that I think is implicit in a lot of the comments from the board, which is, the reason that we as a community are struggling so much with unsheltered homelessness is because of the macroeconomic conditions in our region. And I just want to say to our staff, who, as the board knows, are widely seen as some of the most effective, evidence-based strategic leaders in this space nationwide, that they've chosen to do this work, and you all have chosen to lead, we've all chosen to lead a really ambitious agenda to reduce, if not eliminate, homelessness in literally the hardest region in the country to make that happen, for the reasons that I think Supervisor Arenas really articulated incredibly compellingly, which is this is an issue of poverty, it's an issue of housing unaffordability, it's an issue of the wages to housing cost ratio being so out of whack for so many folks in our community that we see folks falling out the bottom of our economy and into homelessness. And just want to name how privileged we all are to have the A-team in doing this work, working for the county, to do it in a really low ego, high impact way. And I think our staff and our board have just continued to extend a hand of partnership even when they faced those no good deed goes unpunished attacks over and over and over again. And I will also share that many of the folks who are watching this conversation closely have just commented on how focused on the folks we serve the conversations that happen in this chamber are, as opposed to happening in certain other public meetings. And I just wanted to most importantly, just express gratitude to the board that both the current board and past boards have been so focused on compassion and effective public policy, as opposed to trying to create narratives around quick fixes to a problem that is the outcome of very complex macroeconomic conditions that just aren't solvable by cities, by counties. We can move the needle, and we do, and we're doing everything we can. We're implementing the most cost-effective strategic approaches to addressing the problem with all the tools that we have, and we will and we can get better at marketing that. And I just appreciate also the acknowledgement from the board that these folks need to be focused on the actual work of serving the folks in our community who need their support, while others of us, including in the county executive's office, can really do the work of trying to focus on how we better articulate to those really critical audiences the work that we're doing, the reasons we're doing the work and the way we're doing it, and why we're focusing on the things we're focusing on, as we all struggle with these broader economic conditions that we can't unilaterally control. So just wanted to express that gratitude, also to get to work for a board who really does care about what strategies make sense, what are the best ways to use our resources, and care deeply not about, to Supervisor Ellenberg's point, just disappearing a problem, but really trying to provide people with the care they need and deserve. So thank you.
Thank you, Greta. And just last note, I just want to mention that certainly agree with my colleagues' comments regarding the marketing aspect of it. I've actually made this statement at the White House in 2016, December, after the election was lost to the opposing party. And the joke was made at the White House at the time was like, you know, we do really, really good work. We're just not very good telling the story. And it was supposed to be a joke. And I was not laughing because this is how you lose elections. And what we have right now in the White House, somebody who is very, very good at marketing, despite what has not been truly accomplished. But by having good marketing, I explain to people, there's a difference between marketing and actually getting work done. My other life being a patent attorney, people come to me with this great inventions, like, oh, wow, can I sell billions of these and millions of these? I said, I have no clue whether this thing would sell. It looks like it's a great idea, but whether you can sell it depends on who you're marketing it with. Let me give you an example. Have you heard of pet rock? What kind of technology is that? What are you really selling? A piece of pebble? But because of the amazing marketing, millions of people bought pet rock. For those of you who, I'm dating myself here, I get it, right? But it's just to illustrate the point, is we need somebody like that could market pet rock for help us to talk about the stories. And this is where the marketing part, I think, is needed. And so I just use that as an example. And then, you know, it's really sad to basically say when people think of solving homelessness, a lot of people are really looking at just cleaning the streets. That's all they're talking about. Right? Many jurisdictions, many countries say the Olympics arrive, FIFA comes in, what they do is they move and shove all the homeless folks on the streets away. Oh, they solve homelessness. No, they did not. They just move them away so they're not as visible. And that's not what this county does. This is not what we mean by solving homelessness. And I think these are the type of messaging we need to get clear to the public. And I think that's why we need the pet rock marketer. We need a better definition of what solving homelessness is and you know, really a better educational efforts to get the word out. So again, thank you so much, everybody. We've got a motion, we've got a second. I think everybody understands, but we have some hard work ahead, but definitely don't want to belittle the point that we made today that we have an A team doing great work. Thank you very much for the awesome report. All right, that being said, let's take a vote.
Supervisor Abakoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Yoon?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
I as well.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Let's move to item number 9, which is a recommendation relating to the implementation of 2016 Measure A Affordable Housing Bond. Supervisor Ellenberg, oh yeah, okay. I'll just ask staff if you have any report on this, or we could just go straight to public comments.
Thank you, President Lee. We can just take questions for this report if there are some. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm happy to hear public comment, but I would, at this time, also make a motion to approve the staff's recommendation. I realize we heard the items separately, but it feels to me that we've had the conversation on both.
Agree completely.
So
Second.
Moved and seconded. All right, so let's go and see how many public would like to speak on item number 9.
There are no speakers for this item.
Okay, go ahead and close the public comment period. And we've got a motion, we have a second. Yes, Supervisor Young.
I'll just add to the motion to receive the report that if and adopt the recommendations. That's the motion, right? Yeah. Yes. Making sure. And then just if when the 4 projects that meet the criteria for revocation of funding, if you could provide those 4 projects to the board or to my office at some point.
Thank you, Supervisor Young. I believe that is the off agenda that Supervisor Abakoga requested. We have discussed it. I think the question came in over the last few days, and It was a preemptive comment. I think we need to really evaluate the projects based on this concept before naming those projects. I think the staff needs to work with each of the developers. It will be, you know, I can't find my words to explain. It is not so simple as to say to a developer, you were awarded this funding and now you have to move to the back of the line. And so if there's a little room for the staff to complete that and then maybe have the off agenda come later this year.
Totally fine with me. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Vice Abikoga.
Yes, thank you. To that report, could I also request, or maybe this might be earlier, the shovel-ready projects that could be in line for available funding? Thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
The seconder's okay with it as well?
Thumbs up.
Thank you.
All right, Vice President Renz.
And I wanted to know before that decision is actually made to defund an approved project, what's, you're saying you want to go back and have that discussion with the developers. How will you engage the board in that decision?
Thank you, Supervisor Arenas. It is evolving. A lot of the recommendations you see before you have actually come through a partnership with our oversight committee. So we've presented the plan to them, shared it with you, and still working on that implementing action. The idea is that we want to make sure that it comes to the board for your decision. You approve the project, and if we're making a recommendation to defund that, we want to give you that same opportunity to agree or disagree with staff's recommendation. So if I may give you an example, it is also, as you know, really hard with the tax credits. They're so dynamic. We make predictions based on the data that's available to us, and oftentimes can be surprised that a project does actually move forward, or more of our projects move forward than planned, and that allows us to pivot. So part of what we're doing is we might have one project in the pipeline. I think you saw this with Magnolias in Morgan Hill, and we saw that at Lot 12 in Mountain View, where we needed to find $2 million for one project, 1.5 for another. So we're not talking about fully defunding the project. It's taking money now from those projects to take those in the pipeline over the finish line, and then kind of reshuffle the resources. So maybe our language, we need to also work on our language in terms of what we mean. Either way, the recommendations will come before you before we actually make anything formal.
Got it. Okay, so it's basically a little bit of reshuffling to make sure those folks that are most likely to be successful are actually and get into that pipeline. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, I got a motion, moved and seconded. No further comments? Let's take a vote.
Supervisor Abikoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Yoon?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
And President Lee?
Yes, as well. Okay, next moving item number 10, public hearing on the fee schedules for our emergency medical services. And I see our staff coming up in uniform.
Yeah, while the EMS agency comes up, and I know they're available to answer questions, I thought I'd just give the board a quick update on our meeting that the EMS agency had along with myself and the hospital council yesterday. It was a productive meeting and discussion of the fees. I think there was much better recognition and understanding of the framework behind these fees. We were able to answer questions and agreed to further conversations moving forward around the most efficient ways to make sure that we're sharing data together to proceed in that vein. But otherwise, I think there's no formal presentation. We're happy to answer questions on this item.
Great. I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. And first, do we have any public who'd like to speak on this agenda?
I have no speaker cards in chambers and no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and close the public comment period part. And anybody on the board here wants to make a comment? Yes, Supervisor Abikoga.
Thank you, President Lee. Just word of thanks for a meeting with the hospitals. We did get quite a few emails and calls and whatnot, and I would just ask that in the future with any of these types of movements, or that we do the outreach in advance and make sure that folks who are going to be affected are understand what we're trying to achieve. Thank you, and I'm happy to make a motion.
Motion by Abigoga,
Happy to second.
second by Young.
Yeah, do you have a comment on this, that the supportive? The procedural order of how this item came forward to me is a little disconcerting, that we approved our budget last week with the increased revenue expected from these fee increases baked into the budget, but yet today is when we have our hearing. Did I misunderstand that, or the order of it?
That's, Supervisor, it's commonplace. So in the budget, we are often, in fact, always assuming a whole variety of ongoing fees, whether they're fees for environmental health or fees for planning or fees for, in this case, EMS. But we have to make assumptions in the budget associated with both baseline fee amounts as well as increases in fees. And there are a variety of public hearings that happen associated with those fee increases, sometimes throughout the course of the year. And so it's not unusual in the sense that the budget has to make assumptions around those revenues.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It is still uncomfortable because, I mean, hypothetically, if we were to not, if the vote hasn't taken place yet, if this board doesn't approve the fee increases, that would mean a whole lot of work to redo the budget, right?
Yes, if the fee increase isn't approved, we would have to go back and rebalance, and that would be true for any of the other fees that'll come before the board over the next 12 months.
This comes too closely after we've approved a budget. I should make that discomfort more clear. I think I would have been much more comfortable with this, still supportive, had the hearing had a chance to go before the budget being adopted. Now, if we have hearings 6 months from now, 7 months from now, 8 months from now, I get that the timeline is a little bit different, but this is within days of after having approved a budget. So, but thank you for the explanation. I appreciate the bigger picture and context. And that's what I have to say about this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Just a question, Tony. Item 39 is going to be heard right after this. Should we make the motion along with 39 right now, or do we have to open that separately?
You would have to open public comment. I think it'd be cleaner to do one after the other.
Okay, all right, let's just do that. We have a motion and seconded on item number 10. I just also want to echo some of the comments made by my fellow supervisors that my office has worked very closely with the Hospital Council of Northern California and our partnering hospitals on this issue, on these fee increases. I want to thank our EMS for being very transparent with the rationale of these fee increases and explain clearly how all this work on the cost recovery analysis and the proposed schedule for the next 5 fiscal years, showing clearly that the proposed fee increases really do not exceed the reasonable cost that we are spending. And so I heard also from yesterday's meeting has gone well, and certainly look forward to seeing the collaboration of EMS with our hospital partners moving forward. Thank you, and that's all I have. Let's take the vote.
And this is for, I'm sorry, through the chair, item number 10.
10
to
only,
approve
correct.
adopt the resolution and
Yes,
approve
that's
the,
correct.
okay,
For the
thank
fee
you.
schedules, yes.
That's a motion by Supervisor Abicoga, second by Yoon, correct? Okay, Supervisor Abicoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Yoon?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
And President Lee?
Aye as well.
Motion passes.
That's for 10, and so I'll just go move to item 39, which is adopt resolution on the same issue. Let's see, first of all, any public would like to speak on this?
I don't have any cards in chambers, and it doesn't look like anyone has their hand raised in Zoom either. No speakers.
No speakers. Tony, your light's on?
On this item, I need to note one change to the resolution in the record. The last "be it further resolved" clause should we will be changing the date from August 31, 2031 to June 30th, 2029. So it'll now read, be it further resolved that under this delegation, the county executive designee may execute agreements until June 30th, 2029. And the term of such agreements may exceed the expiration date of the delegation, provided the agreement complies with the county's contracting policies as codified in the board policy manual. It was just a clerical error.
It was a typo. Okay. Ajani, you got all that? All right. So I believe Supervisor Young is ready for a motion.
Yes, make a motion to approve the item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I pulled this item off because it is the delegation of authority for the contracts relating to fee increases that we just approved. I wanted to hear it after the discussion and approval of the public hearing.
Yes, understood completely. Thank you.
Thank you.
And do I have a second?
And thank you for the correction.
Second, Abekoga.
Okay, moved and seconded. No further comments from us. Let's please vote.
Supervisor Abekoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Young.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion passes.
Yes. And let's see. The next one's this county exec report. James, you want to go ahead and do that before lunch?
Sure. First, want to provide some updates regarding state and federal budget developments, all of which are concerning. At the state level, the legislature did adopt, in order to meet the state constitutional deadline, its version of the budget. That does not mean that the process is complete, however, because the legislature has not yet reached agreement with the governor on that full budget, and trailer bill language is still being finalized. So it does meet the technical requirement that the legislature take action by June 15th, but the final process is still ongoing. Unfortunately, the legislature's budget proposal, which at this point really is the best case scenario for us in terms of the discussion between the legislature and the governor, only made modest changes to the governor's state Medi-Cal cut proposals. While we certainly appreciate that some of those changes were made, and it's better than just adopting the governor's proposal verbatim, the reality is that the legislative agreement includes the governor's proposal to freeze enrollment in state-only Medi-Cal effective January 1 of 2026, still includes monthly per-person premiums for the state-only Medi-Cal program, albeit at a $30 a month level instead of the governor's proposed $100 a month level, but that's still going to require not only payment of those premiums, which will undoubtedly result in individuals dropping off of enrollment, but also all of the administrative cost associated with actually creating a mechanism to collect, monitor, and track premium payments that currently don't exist at all for the program, which will undoubtedly also eviscerate most of that $30 a month premium to begin with. And so that kind of, I think, proves the point that the real savings, so to speak, budgetarily from the creation of that premium is actually about dropping people from coverage, not the dollars associated with the premium itself. There are other changes that the legislature's made that again, are slightly positive, but the overall picture is bleak, meaning that largely the governor's proposals regarding state-only Medi-Cal were adopted in the legislative agreement. I noted earlier that neither the legislature nor the governor provided funding for homeless assistance programs, which were included in this current year's state budget at the $1 billion level. That a variety of other important funding requests for counties were not included in either the governor's proposal or the legislative agreement as well. The perhaps more concerning news, if that wasn't bad news enough, is what we heard yesterday from the U.S. Senate Finance Committee. Much to our surprise, instead of potentially making things a little better on the federal Medicaid front, the Senate proposal that just came out yesterday from the Senate Finance Committee makes the federal Medicaid cuts much, much, much worse than the House proposal, which is pretty stunning. It does so in a couple really significant ways that could have a very disproportionate impact on the county health system. In particular, the U.S. Senate proposal would significantly lower the cap on so-called provider taxes. These are the MCO tax that California and many, many other states utilize as an essential way of drawing down federal funding. It's a much more aggressive proposal than the House Republicans had proposed that would have a significant impact on California and therefore the Medi-Cal program. The other very concerning change is that it imposes a cap on existing state-directed payments. So these are the supplemental revenues that we've talked about many times here in Chambers that are vital for public hospital systems and other disproportionate share systems in California. The House proposal made changes to those payments but grandfathered in the existing payment cap levels. So the existing caps are at what's called the average commercial rate, and those supplementals can't exceed that cap. The Senate eliminates the grandfathering and proposes to impose a cap at 100% of Medicare, which is a much, much, much lower rate that would have a significant impact on our supplemental payments and would make that impact hit us much sooner. So we'll see, of course, how this evolves on the floor of the Senate, but essentially this was a mechanism for the Senate to generate additional budgetary savings to pay for other things, including some other increased tax cuts, such as making certain business deductions permanent in the tax code, and other changes that were requested by certain business entities, and doing so on the backs of Medicaid. The Senate proposals also don't do anything to lessen the cuts to SNAP and actually expand the work rule requirements proposed by the House to include that work rules would apply to parents with dependent children over the age of 14, whereas the House didn't impose work rule requirements if you had children under the age of 18. So even more onerous work rule requirements on the Senate side. Again, we're quite surprised because we had hoped that the Senate might actually soften some of the Medicaid cuts instead of actually proposing to make them more significant. Obviously, this still has to move through the rest of the process in the Senate. Ultimately, it has to go back to the House of Representatives because they have to agree on the same actual bill. So there's a lot more process still. We don't know where this is going to land, but it's not headed in a positive direction, and could move up the fiscal impact dates for our county organization. So we will have more analysis as we see and are able to look at the actual text more carefully. This is, of course, a massive bill that has a gazillion different pieces to it, but at a top-line level, very concerning news coming from the U.S. Senate. We will keep the board updated as those things progress. The Senate has set a target that they probably won't meet, but a target of trying to get their bill moving by July 4th. So we'll see how that plays out. A couple other separate announcements to share with the board and the public, given that this is the last board meeting of the fiscal year. I want to remind folks that June 28th is the 5th annual Stars and Strides Run, which is the 5K, 10K walk-run fundraiser that benefits Valley Health Foundation. And I think that's on point given everything I just shared about the impacts to our health system. Of course, we're not going to raise through the run, $1 billion in ongoing revenue, but every piece counts, and I think it's a tremendous opportunity for our community to very visibly and palpably show support for Valley Health Foundation and for Santa Clara Valley Healthcare.
Well,
folks-
I've signed up. I'm encouraging my colleague here to sign up with your family. That's awesome.
So
Yes.
sign up, starsandstridesrun.com.
This will be my first Stars and Strides that I miss because we have my sister's getting married, but my team will be out there in force. I know all my colleagues will be out
Okay,
there.
good. You got representative. Yes.
And I will sign up and contribute, but I will not run. Just to put that out there.
Steve could run.
Steve can run.
A few other announcements just to share with folks. Also on the health system side, the day before yesterday was the first day where we actually had a midnight census at Regional Medical Center that was higher than O'Connor Hospital. Just showing kind of continued significant success as programs come up and running at Regional. So there's a lot of good news and wonderful things happening in the health system, but truly this extraordinary looming threat that we face. Just a couple other things I wanted to note. This is later in the summer, but we're going to have our Take Our Kids to Work Day again this year. It was very successful last year. The departments will be hosting events from July 30th to August 7th, and we encourage county staff to check which day their department is participating and bring their kids if they can. It's an incredible opportunity to showcase the work of our county and help bolster interest on the part of our future public servants. And then I want to acknowledge that it is Pride Month, Happy Pride Month, and just give a big shout out to our Office of LGBTQ Affairs, doing really tremendous work in a difficult time, a difficult environment, and I think getting some good and important and well-deserved public recognition for their efforts, not only during Pride Month, but throughout the year. And acknowledge that this week we have the Juneteenth holiday coming up, which our county does honor and celebrate. And it's a real reminder, I think, this year to take a moment and reflect on what it means to be a nation that, has freedom, to honor that significance, obviously, for all Black Americans, but for all of us, and especially as we consider all the things happening at the federal level and recognize that the fragility of freedom, both here and across the world, is something that we should never take for granted. So I hope people in enjoying their day off take some time to reflect on that as well, and the important work that we do as a county organization to try to further those endeavors. It's an ongoing effort, of course. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you so much. James, just a couple of clarifying questions. On the state impacts to Medi-Cal, who administers that $30 that fee? Is that state or county by county?
It'll presumably, we'll have to see the details of the trailer bill language, but we would assume it would be administered by the managed care plans. So in our county, it would be Anthem and Santa Clara Family Health Plan.
Okay. There was a piece about Newsom reinstating an asset cap. Is that still in there?
Yes. So one of his proposals was to establish
a $2,000.
I believe a $2,000 asset cap. The legislature agreed to the cap, but at a much higher level. I forget off the top of my head the exact amount. I want to say it was maybe $140,000. It's 100 something, but they agreed to a cap, but at a much higher level than the $2,000.
And I believe I've asked this before, but is information coming back to the board on how we might restart or reinvigorate our PCAP program?
Yes, there will be follow-up information, and we will have to visit a whole range of things as we see these changes moving forward. We will also be coming back to the board with further efforts to make one more push to have folks sign up before the freeze goes into effect on January 1 of 2026. So there will be much more to come on all of these fronts, especially once we actually see specific trailer bill language and understand how they're proposing to actually implement these pieces. Right now, all we really have the benefit of are the kind of top line bullet point lists. And as the board well knows, devil's in the details on a lot of these things, both how they're administered, who administers them, and whether, for instance, they're dependent on further regulation or other things from the state or federal level, for that matter, too.
Thank you. And I knew that the governor had not put, or had not included the $1 billion HAP funding in his budget, but there's no counter by the legislature?
So the
for any of that?
legislature has proposed funding for the following fiscal year, which candidly is just a, because of course there's no actual appropriation associated with that. That's basically a placeholder item that would be revisited in next year's budget discussions. So for our purposes, there's no funding.
My face will just say all of the things about that. With regard to the federal piece, I know there's still a ways to go. It is unlikely to get significantly better. And I imagine the budget office is already starting to play out scenarios of how we will cope with this. At what point do you feel that this will be solid enough to bring to the board options such that they exist?
Really not until we actually see a bill, clear reconciliation. And I say that because just like we've been surprised by the Senate proposal, these pieces are moving very significantly. We'll see how this evolves, right? Take the MCO tax, for instance. There's actually a number of states that are much more dependent on that to draw down federal money than California.
Right.
And I would expect that states that are red states are going to be very concerned about the impact of that proposal. And there are a number of senators that should be quite concerned as to what these proposals might mean for the viability of a number of rural hospitals in this country. And as you may know, rural hospitals in the United States are already at great financial risk today and have been closing at a pretty high clip. And so some of these pieces of the proposal, while they have a significant effect on our county in particular, they likewise heavily affect some other parts of the country too, where there's other disproportionate share hospitals or other hospitals that are predominantly Medicaid funded hospitals. And so that's why one of the reasons we're actually quite surprised to see these particular proposals. One of the challenges, though, I think we're facing is while there's 3 Senate Republicans who have expressed grave concerns with Medicaid cuts, the magic number is 4. And that's because there are 53 Republicans in the Senate, and with 50 votes and a vote from the Vice President, they can pass the bill. And so this is just my commentary, my take on it when I look at it is that they've made a political conclusion, at least for the moment, that it's more important for them to appease the folks on the right part of their caucus and to potentially write off the votes of the 3 Republican senators who have expressed concerns associated with Medicaid and try to hold the others together to get the bill through. So we'll see kind of how that shakes out. But one of the things that's already happened just in the last 18 plus hours is the coalition of hospitals that's very dependent on this type of funding has really activated a call of alarm from these other states to speak to their Senate delegations. So we'll see what happens with that. But that's a long way of saying, the swings that we're seeing on these proposals are potentially multi-$100 million impacts. So until we see where that lands, it's really just a random guess.
Thank you. Vice President?
Thank you. I wanted to ask once again about the per person premium, and I'm glad to hear that it's going down to $30 per month. But with what potential information that's been released by the state to the federal government, I'm wondering if we can learn now how that's affected membership. I mean, are people falling off currently?
Well, the premium isn't proposed to take effect until 2027.
Yes, no, I understand that, but what I'm wondering is, are people deciding not to participate because potentially their information can get shared with the federal government?
So we are very concerned about that. So was announced last week that CMS was sharing data with Department of Homeland Security for immigration enforcement purposes. It's a really serious breach of people's privacy rights. We will be very closely monitoring what happens with enrollment. We don't have any data yet. Typically, that data comes in arrears. But we will be looking at that very closely because it is very concerning, very, very concerning.
Okay, and so then we can't assure people at this point that their information will not be shared?
No, we can't. What we can tell people is that we will not share their information.
Right. But we share with the state.
But the state clearly has, I think it's very important that we are honest with folks about what we can and cannot do. I think that's just something we have to have integrity. And what we can tell everyone is we will serve absolutely everyone in our facilities, regardless of their status and regardless of their insurance. What we can tell everyone is that we do not share or provide that information. But what we cannot, unfortunately, tell people is that the federal government is going to follow the law. And what we also, unfortunately, can't tell people is what the state has chosen to share with the federal government. It does appear that personally identifiable information was shared between the state and CMS, and based on the public news reporting, although I don't believe anybody has been able to learn the real details, that the federal healthcare agencies have shared that information with Department of Homeland Security.
I'd still like for us to, if people are still on this insurance plan and they haven't fallen off for next year, I don't know if we can talk about a creative way to fund a foundation that could then, or have a sponsorship from a corporate company, some kind of leverage that we can ask outside funders to help us cover the $30 per person, because that'll be savings that we will have compared to if people need to come into the emergency room.
Yeah, we will look at and bring back options. We have to see again, we haven't seen any trailer bill language even, so we don't know anything beyond the bullet point in the proposal. But we will assess, and we'll have some time for that piece of things, because while some of these other changes are proposed to take effect much sooner, at least that piece is not proposed to take effect until 2027, which gives us some time this fall to actually assess it and think about what options we might have to help provide support.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the update, James. It's certainly very disconcerting. We'll talk about later today, of course, regarding potential ways we could try to backfill some of these incredible gaps that we are potentially looking down the road. County Council.
At the June 16th, 2025 closed session meeting by unanimous vote with all members present, the board authorized the county to file or join an amicus curiae brief in Newsom versus Trump, U.S. District Court, Northern District, California, case number 25-CV-04870. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Tony. I have 12:53, so I would suggest that we're going to take our break now. Let's reconvene, what would you say, 1:40? Would that work? Yes, everybody? Okay, let's reconvene at 1:40 after the lunch recess. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's now 1:40. We'll go ahead and reconvene the board meeting of June 17th. And hi, Rhonda. Let's go ahead and take the roll to
Supervisor Abakoga?
Here.
Supervisor Jung? Absent. Supervisor Ellenberg?
I'm here.
Vice President Arenas?
Me too.
President Lee?
good afternoon, present.
You have a quorum.
Good. Moving to item number 13 to consider the recommendations relating to the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program.
Good afternoon,
Good
President
afternoon.
Lee and members of the board. My name is Christy Rouse. I'm Assistant Nurse Manager working with VHHP, and I'm here with Celine Ho, Health Center Manager. Included in your packet is a response to Supervisors Arenas' inquiry regarding service utilization for our patients as it relates to immigration concerns. In looking at the utilization of our patients for our Saludos Clinic, we found that the majority of our patients do continue to seek services through our program, our Saludos program, due to the importance of continuity of care. We also have some patients that do utilize the services at VHC Gilroy. We also have included our quarterly update on our quality improvement metrics. While we do actively monitor 15 quality indicators, we focus on 3 key metrics that we believe have the most significant impact on our patient population. And those 3 include the colorectal screening, cancer screening, hemoglobin A1C monitoring, and the depression screening. And lastly, in response to Supervisor Young's feedback at the last quarterly update on these metrics, we included both actual numbers and patient counts in addition to the percentage values to better understand the volume for each metric. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Let's see, how many public out there want to speak on this item? Rhonda?
I currently have no public speakers on this item.
Okay, let's go ahead and close that public comments period. I believe I see a bunch of lights. Yes, Supervisor Ellenberg?
Thank you so much. I really always appreciate hearing these reports every month. And thank you for calling out the challenge of managing uncontrolled HbA1c rates, the diabetes amongst unhoused patients. Your January report to the board had detailed a diabetes pilot at Home First Shelter. Do you have any data or metrics that might help inform future iterations?
Yeah, so we do have data and metrics. Our plan is actually to track that data for a year, mostly because with the hemoglobin A1C, it's every 3 months is when you monitor it. So just getting like one data point really isn't that beneficial. So we plan to analyze that data in a year, which would be October of 2025.
And do you feel confident that you'll be able to follow the same people?
Yes.
So that you can get their data points 4 times in a year?
We're going to try our best.
And in general, what are you thinking about in terms of further strategies that would help not only identify, but then help people manage and monitor?
Yes, Supervisor Ellenberg, we do have a pharmacist on site at Home First Shelter to provide some of the management. And so one of the advantages of having this point of care testing for hemoglobin A1C is that we're able to catch them at that point in the clinic. And then based on the numbers that we're showing on the point of care testing, the intervention can be done immediately with the pharmacist to either change the medication or do some of the other interventions on site on the same day.
Thank you.
Yes, Vice President Arenas?
Thank you, and thank you so much for bringing this back to the board. I have a couple of questions. I know the age ranges for some of the screenings that you, or some of the areas of medical interest for our unhoused were diabetes management and then depression screening, which are the 2 things I wanted to ask a little bit more about. And the diabetes management was a pretty big age range. Sorry, I'm trying to get this. Yeah, it was 18 to 75. And so I'm like, well, that is very hard to pin down. So Could you say maybe what the average age was?
This definition for the target population is actually defined by our Health Resources and Services Administration according to our grant requirements. And so this is the definition that they provide us, and the measures that we're providing back to them is a part of our grant requirements for this population.
Will you be able, once you report on future quarters, would you be able to break it down and share with us, like you found the 18 through 24 was this, and you just break it down a little bit more? It would be great to understand who's getting impacted, and I think it means something different when it's a younger person, because I'm imagining it's probably more coaching, and because it's going to affect longevity, the kind of efforts you would make to ensure that it doesn't get complicated, as opposed to somebody who's older, who's also near maybe organ damage and would have a different kind of a follow-up. I'm just curious what that looks like and what the kind of interventions would be. And I guess that's a bit of a question, like what kind of interventions how would you differentiate between the different kinds of patients, those who are younger and then who are maybe at an older or different stage in their lives?
Yeah, that's a good question, Supervisor Arenas. I think it really depends also not only on age, but just dependent on the patient itself. And our pharmacists would do an intake with the patient and determine what best methods are to be used for them. If they would need orals would be better, if they have access to a fridge, how they've managed it in the past. So it really just depends upon assessment with the pharmacist and the provider on how they'll treat each patient. And age, you're right, age does play a big role into that as well. There's also different types of diabetes, right? There's a type 1 and type 2. So that also would, that would determine which type of treatment they're going to receive as well.
One of the things that we've found on the Latino health assessment is more impact, of course, in the Latino community around diabetes. And so is there anything that is going into the efforts to figure out whether this is more of a Latino community impacted? Because the other, I guess the other data point that I'm thinking about is when I'm in the Hewlett committee, we hear about, and here on the board as well, we see that there's quite a bit of number of, or the majority of the unhoused are Latinos as well. So there's an assumption that these are also Latinos, right? And so what I'm wondering is how is the service rendered in a way that is more culturally appropriate, that is more effective in terms of getting that connect, because it is all about relationships, right? Somebody goes in to a certain type of an appointment because they've created a connection, and you'll either find them again if you have maintained that connection, and you have a level of credibility. So I guess I'm wondering what kind of strategies are you making for the Latino community?
That's a great question. We do, especially for Saludo's Clinic and at all of our sites, draw labs in clinic. So if we don't have the point of care testing available, we can draw their hemoglobin A1C. It does take about a day or so to get back, so we do make sure we know where they're staying or have a phone number we can contact them. We can also monitor and get results without making them go to a lab.
Now, I'm of a certain age. I'm sorry, but my colleague is laughing, so I'm laughing too. That when I go to the doctors, they want to check my A1C, right? And I don't have to do lab work. This is with an endocrinologist, and they were able to give me my A1C in I don't know how many minutes, 15 or something of that sort. do we have that kind of test in the field?
Yes, that's the point of care testing that we had discussed. It's at Home First right now. We're just doing a pilot there until October. We're going to get more data. But yes, we do have that at the Home First clinic and at other also VHCs within the county system. They have that as well.
Is it more expensive or is it just, is it equal to a lab?
It is more costly than just going to get your lab done, and it does take up space, and some of our sites are rather small, especially in our dirty utility spaces. So we're trying to figure out how we're going to manage that.
Got it. Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how that pilot comes out, because I think once people know, and if they know that they're within the range, then it's kind of a relief, right? And just personally, you think about, oh, great, I'm here in this, and I need to be careful about what I eat to make sure that I stay in this area, right? So I think that's really immediate, and I would love to hear more about that pilot. The other piece that I was wondering is about the screening for the depression. Can you tell me, how are you connecting folks to an actual therapist for the folks who screen for that?
Yeah, so we have, when we have someone see our psychiatrist, sometimes they're already going to see the psychiatrist that day when we do the PHQ-9 depression screening. We also can refer through the county mental health resources and internally through our own psychologist as well.
Okay, so here in this one, you have 12 years and older and at least one qualifying visit. And so I'd like to see in the next report a breakdown of the age ranges. And then I'd also like to see the kind of follow-up that is had. It would be very discouraging to know that somebody's been screened and you think, oh, because I've been screened, now somebody else is going to do something about this because I don't have, the motivation in the moment to make that additional call. But this other person now knows about me and may connect me. So I'm wondering if you could also, in your next report, include the kind of connection, who actually connected and who connected them.
Yes, we can certainly do that.
And I see that the screening rate is lower because I'm guessing people are either rated better, healthier. Is that what I'm supposed to interpret from that? So the depression screening rate from Q1 is 30.2% below the target goal of 46%. Oh, that's a target goal. I misread that.
Yeah, it's cumulative.
And it's cumulative. We're in Q1, and so we expect that number to increase as the quarters, as we report on the quarters.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And thank you for all the work that you're doing. I know this is a lot of really great work, and I'd love to continue to learn about it, and that's the reason I ask you for so many follow-up questions. It's fascinating to me how some of the migrant farm workers preferred to have the mobile based specialty care rather than in a facility. And so that I think that speaks to how flexible and how responsive you are as well. And so I really appreciate that. Thank you. And I'll make a motion to approve.
Happy to second.
Motion seconded. I just want to echo the comment. Thank you so much for the great work. We certainly want to meet the clients where they are, and that's exactly what the mobile program does. And outreach and certainly has far more trust that could be built in when they see them at their work site or where they are at, instead of having them come in. So again, I just want to say thank you very much for the good work. A1C, yes, that's something that it's not just really I guess age is part of it, right? But also our diet. And yes, I am in the pre-diabetes stage. Shockingly, when I found that out about 5 years ago. And since then, I've been watching my sugar. All of my favorite desserts is now gone. I might take a bite. My rice intake, being from a Chinese American background, that's hard. I cut it by about 2/3, and since then, I actually lost some weight, surprisingly, without trying. So all these are things that happens to you, and success stories. Well, not success yet, but we're still working on it, right? But absolutely, but monitoring the A1C is absolutely important for that, so knowing it. And then I just used as a contrast to the story of my own cousin, who unfortunately did not realize she was high on the A1C, and she just continued. And then by the time she realized, her numbers like way off the chart, being in middle diabetes. Because once you are that far out, it's hard to get back, period. And she'll be on medication for the rest of her life. So these are the type of things that your work is so crucial to our communities. I just say thank you. All right, that being said, we got a motion and a second. Let's take the vote.
Supervisor Abakuga?
Aye.
Supervisor Young?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas? President Lee?
Aye as well. Okay, now we're holding 14, so we're moving to 15, which is recommendation relating to the Mental Health Services Act and MHSA fiscal year 24-25 mid-year adjustment plan.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Keeley, Deputy County Executive. Apologies, Dr. Terrell is not able to join us today. I'm here with Darren Tan, Deputy Director for the department, and Roshni Shah. The department has a few introductory comments, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great. Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Key. Good afternoon, members of the board. Darren Tan, Deputy Director, Behavioral Health. Before we answer any questions, I did want to provide a few updates just based on some feedback that we received from specifically Supervisor Arenas and Supervisor Ellenberg regarding to the planning process for BHSA. The first is regarding our stakeholder engagement. Supervisor Arenas recommended that we consider expanding our stakeholders group to specifically include children, youth, and families and their partners. And I'm happy to state that as part of our BHSA transition plan, and as we work through the first 3-year integrated plan with BHSA, we will have expanded this particular group in addition to other key stakeholders that are identified by the state. Secondly, we will also be accelerating our timeline to engage the community in hosting virtual and in-person town halls and community listening sessions to solicit feedback as we develop the first year BHSA integrated plan. And this will begin in July into early August so that we can make sure that we solicit that feedback and get the engagement as we develop our plan and have it align with our budget. And lastly, I also wanted to note, per Supervisor Ellenberg's request, that we will bring more detailed information of the transition of programmatic and funding structure changes in December to align with our budget and also the mid-year process. With that, happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, yes, let me see, maybe let's check to see if there's any public who would like to speak on this item first. Anybody?
I have no public speakers.
Okay, close the public comment portion. I have Supervisor Ellenberg. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the detail in the report. Thank you for really just all of the efforts put into this annual plan update and to the community planning process. Very much appreciate that you're starting the transition planning to BHSA early in the fiscal year, especially with so many significant changes ahead. The new funding structure, including, of course, a higher state share and the introduction of a designated housing category, mean that we're going to need to consider carefully how the shifts could impact programs that have been traditionally funded through the community services and supports or the prevention and early intervention and innovation categories. I want to recognize as well some feedback that I've received from members of the Stakeholder Leadership Committee and the provider community. There's a clear desire, I know you've heard this too, for deeper partnership and earlier involvement in shaping recommendations. So to that end, I appreciate your responsiveness to these concerns by forming a community advisory panel for next year. And I understand exploring other methods of engagement, maybe listening sessions and town halls to give stakeholders a more active role in the planning process and ensuring that voices are heard before the proposals come to the board in December. As we're looking ahead, I would like to see that December report include a thorough status update of all innovation projects, including any upcoming deadlines to encumber or repurpose those funds, as well as any recommendations from staff and the community advisory panel regarding whether certain projects should move forward with other funding sources or be repurposed, or whether they should be sunset. More broadly, for any major changes to MHSA, current MHSA-funded programs, not just the innovation projects, I'd like the report to provide specific details for proposed reductions or cuts, including anticipated service impacts and the number of clients who may be affected. I want to be sure as we make this significant transition that we're really transparent, both for the board to be able to weigh in on whether some programs are so important that we need to find other funding sources, or whether we are in agreement with your recommendations if that is the case, to sunset some of them. It's also really important for the community to fully understand the impacts of the changes as we make that transition. So I'll make that a motion to receive the report with that follow-up direction for December.
Second, Arenas.
Thank you so much. Let me just see if... Nope, that is all I need to share right now. Thank you very much.
All right, motion and second. Oh, Vice President, go ahead.
Thank you. I know that we've already talked about the loss of local discretion due to the state, and I won't go down that sad road. But on the other end of that, it always, challenges always allow us to maybe take a look at the same things in a different way, right? Maybe reorganize, maybe have some strategies that can be more effective with less, right? We have no choice. And so I'm wondering, I know that there's a very effective model, which is peer-driven, and I'm wondering what are you thinking? How is it going to be impacted and maybe preserved as part of the framework that you offer?
Thank you, Supervisor, for that question. I think we're going to have some significant opportunity to try to preserve the peer-driven or the inclusion of individuals with lived experience in our service delivery. I think for many years, the county has been a leader in establishing the Office of Consumer Affairs, the Office of Family Affairs. Those individuals, family members, have been doing a lot of outreach in the community and providing a lot of prevention, early intervention, education services. As a part of the budget that you just approved, we saw the need to try to integrate those individuals into our community clinics, both so that the community clinics could have, the county clinics could have more robust services, and because there were some recent changes in the regulations that allowed for some of those individuals to be a provider type that could provide billable services. So we've been able to take some of those steps right now. We're just beginning that implementation, so we're hopeful that our early action can preserve some of those services in the long term.
I'm just thinking back as you were talking, because when I was working in dependency court, there was a switch, and that's about maybe 17 years ago or so. This is the beginning of family wellness. There was a shift from paraprofessionals to clinicians providing drug counseling and support. And so what shifted now currently? What is it, a law? Is it what permitted for that kind of Medi-Cal reimbursement and allowance for paraprofessionals?
I'll say that with the fee-for-service transition, we are able to, the state regulations allowed for, at least on the substance use treatment side, a peer recovery specialist, for example, as one of the provider types. So it's really about taking all the lessons learned over the last decade or two in California and creating mechanisms to enable people with lived experience to become integrated into kind of clinic or treatment models to provide these paraprofessional or professional services.
I think that is wonderful. I saw, personally, I saw the impact and the change in terms of the clients and how they connected with the rehab counselors, or they didn't connect because some of those folks didn't have lived experience. Maybe they had, they had it wasn't exactly a bachelor's, but they had, of course, some level of schooling, and it was just night and day. I'm not saying clinicians are not effective; they can be, but I think in this realm, the lived experience speaks so much, and I think it's just really great that you're doing that. I'm really happy to hear that. The other piece I was wondering, I know that as you come back and share with us, overall, I know that there is a $34 million deficit for BHSA, right? This is going to be that shortfall. How are you thinking about? I guess this is one of the strategies, right? To inject more paraprofessionals or peer-based models that probably are not as expensive as a maybe clinician. What are some of your other strategies that which I really love if that's one of them. But what are your other strategies to kind of make up for that?
I think it was Supervisor, as you said to us maybe just a week ago, just because something is billable doesn't necessarily mean that should drive how we deliver services. However, we have to take that into account. So with the fee-for-service transition and now with the kind of the additional waiver, which the state calls BH Connect, Behavioral Health Connect, there are additional opportunities to bill for some of the services that we're providing now through MHSA, BHSA, and we're going to try to take every opportunity to leverage those funds as well as other administrative opportunities. We'll be providing a report to the board in the fall, and then subsequently as part of the budget process, how we're trying to manage and mitigate all of those impacts.
Well, as you manage and mitigate, then I'm going to challenge you because I'm going to ask you then, how are you going to take what you know are some of our community priorities, especially I'm going to talk about my district. And the item that we just heard previously, if there's a significant number of folks who, through the backpack or the mobile service, medical mobile service, are getting screened, and there's a large portion of depression being flagged, then you should anticipate that there is going to be a higher need, right? And then being able to work with other programs in a way that really makes sense. Now, I know you said you were going to make miracles, and how are you going to continue to be responsive, one, to like the mobile program that I just talked about, or to South County as it needs additional support, because we can't just stall, right, for time and because of money. How will we pivot?
Yeah, thank you for that. I can't say the specific strategies at this point, but I will say this. So, here we're talking about a planning process around MHSA, BHSA. We will implement and honor that process and have fidelity to that process and do it in an earnest and genuine way while holding the priorities that the board has already given us, expansion of behavioral health treatment facilities, expansion of substance use treatment, more innovative and effective mobile crisis services, support for justice-involved populations, disproportionate impact in South County. So I think this is why they pay us the big bucks, I guess, to come up with a strategies that hold the priorities of the board center, incorporate the voices of the community, and do it in the most sustainable and fiscally responsible way that we can, given the state and federal challenges.
Key, I am a believer. You just made me a believer. So no, I think I was one before anyways. Listen, you've captured it just right. But you represent a whole system, right? The behavioral health system is huge, and systems are not, they won't change. Systems are meant to be very effective, right? By being repetitive and not changing. And so I just, as you go through this process of the annual plan in terms of engaging community and what you already know are your challenges, I, on top of that, will ask you to take a look at how your system changes, so that you are able to be effective with how you are going to pivot. And like I said, a system won't change unless we demand changes, right? And we ask those who are enacting those changes to carry those changes out. Otherwise, it'll be on a loop. And so I look forward to continuing to see how you all pivot, and then how that seeps through to the different layers of the folks who are carrying out the work. Because in the end, what really matters is if the person in our mobile program is actually receiving service from a clinician, or that that there's kiddos who are challenged by the pandemic and are still have anxiety or depression, that they're getting the support services, right? That's where I know you can carry out the work, but it is, I guess the proof is in the pudding, right? You already said, we already had two different quotes, colloquialisms here, so I'll stop, but I'm really earnest in seeing how the system moves itself and shapes itself to be responsive. And to me, that is exciting, because I think it's also a new delivery of how we normally would provide services. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, do we have a motion already?
We do.
I made a motion.
Well, thank you. So we have a motion, a second. I just want to make a short comment on this. First is I would say the BHST has continued to impress with the robust model for community engagement here. I know it's been painstaking to try to get these input through the stakeholder leadership committee, rolling out the community-wide survey with the feedback through 60 to 90 minutes of community conversations, reviewing these data recommendations, and going through the final 30-day public comment period of the feedback from BHSD. This is a remarkable effort that continues to become stronger every year, and this is the type of work we certainly need to do to ensure our services is reflecting the needs of our community. So I'm certainly happy to adopt this mid-year adjustment plan for the fiscal 25-26 update and authorize submissions of these documents to the BHSO and Accountability Commission moving forward. Thank you very much, and with no further comments, let's take the roll.
Can I just confirm that the motion includes the approval of the recommendations, staff recommendations?
Yes, thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
Rhonda.
Supervisor Abagoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
Aye as well.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I believe item 16 has been put on consent. So the next item still on the regular agenda would be actually 150 before we move to the items being pulled from consent. Am I correct? Yes, just making sure I'm.
Sorry, could you say that again?
So the next item, I believe, is going to be actually item 150 on the regular agenda before we move to the items being pulled from the consent.
I think it's up to you, Supervisor. I thought we had 73, 74, 77, and 150.
Right, yeah, those are pulled from consent, but I mean, we could do those first as well. That's fine. Let's do it by the numbers. I'm okay with that. All right, 73 is the item pulled by Vice President Arenas regarding the recommendations on Office of Diversion and Reentry Services, new services agreements. Go ahead, Vice President.
Thank you. So I know that this one is oh, you're back. I appreciate the opportunity to ask some of these questions. And so we're just talking about, during lunch, about contracts, right? And how we carry out a lot of our work through our contracts. And so this one I pulled because these are contracts that, of course, are related to the reentry services and carry out the work that we're hoping to accomplish. Yet we haven't had the conversation about the AB 109 reductions and how that is going to shift how we provide services. And so to me, it makes a lot more sense to integrate those two things. And I had some questions about how we're carrying this out. So this is, I just wanted to couch it that way so you understand where I'm coming from. One of the things that I'm wondering about is we just talked about how systems don't change, right? We make the changes within a system, and we call for effectiveness if we want the system to change. And so one of the things I'll be asking from here on, I asked it about gender-based violence. I'll ask it about any program that comes in front of us, and that is how effective is it? And you know, what are we accomplishing? What is it meant to accomplish? How effective, and then how efficient is it, right? And so one of the questions that I had is under this is for, it's now called Mission Services of Silicon Valley, but it used to be called Goodwill, right? So Goodwill is receiving almost $6 million, and this is in relation to providing job readiness classes and employment services. And that is a lot of money. So we're subsidizing a nonprofit, but the nonprofit sells its items for profit, or not for profit, but for, you know, it's not giving it away for free. And so one, I'm wondering, what is happening with our own internal workforce development programs? CalWorks, we have, you know, there's a whole celebration in terms of how we acknowledge people doing well in their own lives through our own programming, through CalWorks. And so I guess the question would be, why wouldn't we invest internally and subsidize or strengthen, improve, expand our own internal programming versus having it go as much as I like Goodwill to another agency?
Good afternoon, Supervisor Arenas, Board of Supervisors, Javier Aguirre, the Director of Office of Diversion and Reentry Services. Thank you for asking those questions. With regards to the services with Goodwill Industries or Mission Services, so the almost $6 million amount is over 3 years. Mission Services, Center for Employment Opportunities, another employment workforce development entity, along with Breakout Prison Outreach, San Jose State University, and Pro Bono, they were all the results of an RFP, a request for proposals that we issued back in December that the board approved in the fall of last year. And so this was accumulation of what the evaluation team consisted in, provided a recommendation. Goodwill Industry has been our partner for many, many years. In terms of being effective, they're one of our most effective programs. We've been providing outcome reports to the Reentry Network. We did that in September of last year, and then now we provide reports to Public Safety and Justice. We're going to be providing a report on our strategic plan and also the outcomes of the prior fiscal year for the August 14th Public Safety and Justice Committee.
This is not against Goodwill. What I'm asking for is how effective is it?
Yep.
And so what I would expect, and this is, I'll make a motion. Well, before I make a motion, I'll try to figure out how we can get this done, because what I want is to line this up with the conversation with AB 109 that is coming in August, correct, James?
Yes, it's coming, I think, first to PSJC and then to the full board.
Okay. And so the amounts are still significant, whether it's over a period of time or for a single year, because these are the very few ways that we can get people back to work. And so I think what I'm going to gauge from my colleagues is their temperament to maybe hold this, continue with the 1 year, and then explore whether we will continue with the following. And I know every consecutive year you have to come back for approval, correct? That even if it is allowed here.
Yes, for the exercise of the options, but as I'm looking carefully at the items, a couple of these are initial multi-year contracts. So A and B run through 2028, and then they have additional options after 2028. C, D, and E are one-year contracts with additional options.
And if I
So
may,
and the options do come back.
correct. And if I may, the reason why we're doing the 2-year contract with Mission Services and Center for Employment Opportunities is just the employment is our key service domain for our clients. For them to build the workforce development, the different programs, it does take a long time. With Mission Services, they're going to be establishing an in-house career center type of facility at a reentry center in South County, also in San Jose. So we're kind of thinking outside the box in terms of what they're going to be doing with supporting our clients. That's one of the reasons why we created a 2-year contract. But at any moment, the contract stipulates, any contract stipulates that if there is funding issues, if we have to reduce, we go back and make those changes at any given time.
Sure. Listen, I'm asking for us to line up these two conversations, and I don't want the contracts to say opposite. And so, however it is.
Let me make a suggestion, I
Sure.
think, to accomplish what I think, as I understand what you're seeking, Supervisor, is we have, based on the referrals from the budget process, we're coming back with a comprehensive conversation around the AB 109 program. I think what might make sense is for items C, D, and E, they're 1-year contracts with extensions, so that seems straightforward. But for A and B, I think what I'm hearing is your desire is that they be a 1-year contract with options. And so, given this is the last meeting of the year and we don't want to lapse in the services, my suggestion would be to convert A and B to a delegation of authority to modify those contracts, so approve them, but modify them so that the initial contract is just for the 1-year period through June 30th of 2026, with the remainder being options, so that then we can have that programmatic discussion this fall that can inform what the programming looks like for the subsequent fiscal year.
Perfect. I actually like that. Yes. So, and thank you for distinguishing between A and B and then the remaining contracts. And so I'll make the motion.
I'm happy to second it with some additional comments when you're finished.
Perfect. So I'll make the motion to consider recommendations to approve the contracts and make the changes to contract A and B with a 1 year, is it 1 year option?
Yes, to be specific, because we don't,
It's a delegation.
obviously, we actually have to go back to the vendor. So specifically, my recommendation is to approve C, D, and E as is,
Yes.
but modify A and B to instead be a delegation of authority to the county executive or designee for those contracts, but limiting the duration to June 30th of 2026 instead of 2028, and then we can go in the next couple weeks and take care of those contracts since there won't be a board meeting.
Okay, I'm going to first look to my colleagues because I think you all know how I feel about delegating our authority. I don't. So I can approve C, D, and E, and then use your language, except not have these contracts returned to the board versus the delegation of authority.
It's just
I'm
delegated
not
authority to
comfortable- Right.
adjust those dates and then execute them with the adjusted dates.
Oh,
They're
would
gonna
give
do what
you
you ask.
the authority to actually do that.
Yes.
Why couldn't I make those changes right now on the
Because
moment?
we have to go and actually change the contract
Oh,
with the vendor.
I see, because you still have to negotiate.
The
go
contract that's
back and-
attached to the
Got
agenda
it.
doesn't
Okay,
reflect that.
okay,
no.
okay. I will accept it as you say. And then I think those are just those changes. And then, of course, ask for the discussion of these services to coincide with the discussion of AB 109. And if we could please integrate our own internal workforce development programs that we have. I only know about CalWorks, but I don't know if there's any additional ones, James, that we can integrate when we talk about these and AB 109.
Certainly, and I think it absolutely makes sense to make sure that we're looking at any synergy with other county programs.
Thank you.
Yes, so was I.
And did you second?
I did.
Okay.
Thank you. And I would just like to kind of further shine a light on my colleagues' comments in anticipation of this AB 109 and reentry contracts conversation that we're going to have in August. I am interested in the board providing clarity on the objectives that we're looking for, the policy objectives. Your role, of course, is to operationalize those and ensure that you're seeking contracts that align with what the board is looking to achieve. And we haven't had the conversation, so I won't speak for anybody, but I'll just use an example. If we say that with regard to reentry, our primary policy goals are prevention of homelessness and employment, then the contracts should follow from that, and we should be able to be very clear on what the metrics are, whether they're doing that efficiently, regardless of what the entity is. Are our partners preventing people returning from incarceration from becoming homeless? Are they assisting people returning from incarceration in getting jobs within X amount of time? And I think if in all of our kind of big contract areas, whether it's domestic violence, reentry, the legal services, we talked about different chunks of this kind of work. The board should be clear about what we want those contracts to be achieving, what the goals are, so that we're not focused only on output, we need these entities to serve X number of people a year, but that we're really focused on impact. And I think that aligns with what you are saying, and just want to emphasize my agreement with that. And we should always be doing that, but particularly in times where we are really looking at further restricted dollars, we need to know what we want to achieve so that we can evaluate whether we are getting it. So I don't have further direction, just kind of wanted to tee up where I'm going to be for that August conversation around the board setting policy first and then the contracts following. Thank you.
Supervisor, I just want to add a comment to that's exactly, I think, our hope by bringing forward those programmatic discussions, because even where maybe years ago those priorities were set, they need to be revisited periodically to ensure that they meet the current needs and to reflect our current fiscal environment too. And so getting clear prioritization from the board as we enter these much more fiscally constrained times is, I think, very important. And the fact that, it has been many years now for AB 109, or even all of these other programs. We had the conversation about immigration services, right? What they look like under a Biden administration as the top priorities is different than under a Trump administration, right? And I think that piece is more obviously, I think, intuitive to folks, but it's true for regardless of our specific program areas that we have to be meeting today's needs and make adjustments on a periodic basis. So our hope is with the AB 109 conversation coming to the board this fall, that we're really able to get that clarity from the board around those priorities, and then we can match those with the right contractors, with the right outcomes and the right data, and then we have the similar conversation with respect to the other program areas.
If I might add too, the board approved the reentry strategic plan in August of last year, which then we use that information to build the RFP. So with your leadership, Supervisor Ellenberg, at Reentry Network and PSJC, we've been monitoring. So we're coming back in August with a new framework for the strategic plan, and then to incorporate the alternatives to incarceration pieces. So that's coming to the August 14th meeting, which that will give the opportunity for public safety and justice to give us some more input in terms of those policy priorities moving forward.
Great, thank you very much.
All right, Rhonda, let's open the public. How many speakers do we have?
I currently have one public speaker.
2 minutes, thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and ask Alexander to unmute. Alexander? I'm sorry, I called the wrong person. It was CR iPhone. I called the wrong person. CR iPhone. We've asked you to unmute.
Apologies, this was the wrong item for me to speak on.
No worries. Okay, so if that's the case, no further speaker, I'll just go and close the public comments. We have a motion, we have a second. If there's no more, then let's just take the vote.
Supervisor Abakoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Young?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Aranis?
Yes.
President Lee?
Aye as well.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Now moving to item number 74, regarding to contracts for the Gender-Based Violence Prevention Services and Rape Crisis Center. I believe this was also pulled by Vice President Arenas. 74.
Good afternoon, Deputy County Executive Casey Halkin, and I'm joined by Good afternoon. Ana Lilia Garcia. I am the Director of the Division of Equity and Social Justice and the Chief Equity Officer.
Maribel Martinez, Program Manager 3 for the Division of Equity and Social Justice.
And we don't have a presentation plan, but we're happy to take any questions the board may have.
Very good. First of all, Rhonda, any public want to speak on this item?
We have no public speakers on this item.
Okay, let's go ahead and close the public comment portion. Vice President.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to just thank you for the services that you're providing already. I think you might have seen my supplemental memo. Wonderful. And so this is really just adding to the good work that you're all doing. And so it's not because I have any concerns about the vendors or anything in the agreements. So I just want to say that right off the bat as we just ended this other conversation. And to be honest with you, I didn't have a concern about the vendors in the previous conversation either, but I will be asking, I'll be asking from everyone for efficiency, for effectiveness of the contract, since we're expected to do more with less, right? But if we're doing the same thing over again, that means that we're not going to be effective. We're just, washing, rinsing, and repeating, which is not what we should be doing during very difficult times. And so I know I'm singing to the choir here, but this is a message that I really like for you to send back to all of our, not just the gender-based violence, but all the folks, because I know it's, unfortunately, we're not going to have very good years, and based on the county exec's report earlier, it looks grimmer than what we thought it was, right? I mean, we prepared for grim, but not this grim, right? Yeah. So I know that there's things that we want to make sure that we prepare for. One of the things, and you all know it because we've talked about it, and that's the Super Bowl 50. That's the FIFA, the March Madness. I didn't even know there was a March Madness, but apparently that's basketball. Yes. So there's so many things that are happening next year, and with that brings, of course, risk to young girls and women in general. But of course, I'm not going to exclude men. So I just wanted to take an opportunity to make sure that, one, we prepare for it, that we have an economic opportunity to make sure that it's part and parcel with public health and safety, to make sure that we have interagency regional partnerships, to make sure as much prevention and response that we can do ahead of time. So we have 1 year almost to the date before all of these things happen. Well, except I guess March Madness, because it happens in March. But anyways, I just wanted to make sure that we take a look at what the data is for the district attorney's office, for the sheriff's office, and I think you've seen my supplemental, so that request is there. And that really is my intention, is just to ensure that we have specific strategies. And I know that from, based on, if I was to guess, based on the city of San Jose, it's probably true in most other cities that the folks who are survivors of sexual or gender-based violence are typically Latinas. And then when there was sex work stings and things of that sort, there's a lot of women who come from Alameda County, right? And there's a whole pattern in terms of human trafficking that you all are very well aware of, and I don't have to tell you about that. But then there's also this underreporting of the API community that we know should be there, right, based on what we know in terms of populations. And so I think that's the other area that I'm hoping to focus on. And I think I already spoke to the other parts of the memo, so I'm looking forward to seeing what the work holds for us, right? Hopefully we will lay out a really good foundation of prevention, and regardless of the kind of sport event that comes to our city and to our county, we will be very much prepared. And people will be able to enjoy it, and folks will feel safe in participating. So anyways, I'm going to move the item as well as my supplemental memo.
Second.
Thank you.
Moved and seconded. If no further comments, let's please vote.
I do have a couple of public speakers as
Oh,
well.
I am so sorry. We have two speakers on item 74. Yes, please do that first. My bad. Go ahead. 2 minutes each.
It's possible it's the same person. It has the same names. Lillian Koenig. We've asked you to unmute. Lillian? I'm going to go to the second one.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I was on my phone and on video. On my, just a minute.
Could we ask her to turn off one of the
I'm
two
trying.
microphones? Thank you.
I'm like trying, just a minute.
Okay, let's try again.
Okay, I've got it. Okay.
Much better, thank you.
Off my phone. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I work in the schools, and growing up, I didn't have any violence in my family, but, you know, as I progressed and got older and was out in the world, I saw more of it. And it does concern me with young people in schools today that they don't get enough information or enough mental health information on what it means to have a violent background or to become engaged in a relationships where there is violence. And all you have to do is turn on the TV or read in your newspaper about how often women who are pregnant, and I generally speak about women, get murdered every year. And, you know, we talk about rape, we talk about gender violence, but I don't see it enough being spoken about enough in the schools. I think you can even start 0 to 5. I know that sounds kind of weird, but I believe that we need to be speaking about this topic more in our schools and informing young people what it means to be in violent relationships or what the consequences of your actions are going to be in the long term. So when we put millions into public health, mental health, behavioral health for young people, we need to start looking at where we begin. Do we begin in a home? Do we begin in a religious situation? Or do we begin in our schools? And it's a serious situation in our country. I don't know about other countries, but I know in our country, in the U.S., we have a serious situation of violence and domestic violence. And the supervisor has spoken upon this many, many times. So if we could get some information to the young people in our schools, I think we would be doing a great service to them. Thank you so much.
And that concludes our public speakers.
Yes, Supervisor Young.
Sorry, are we calling a vote now? Can I still ask the question?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I really appreciate the public comment just now, and since I have the experts in the county here at the table, how much of our funding goes into that type of prevention work, like in schools, education, those type of conversations?
She's pulling it up right now.
We have outreach and prevention funds set aside that are in the fiscal year close to, let me see here, 450,000. And with our study that we're doing for the county, we're zeroing in on communities that would highly benefit from additional outreach. And so that will be forthcoming when we publish our gender-based violence study.
Thank you for that. And then when you reference additional outreach, does that mean also like additional appropriations or additional funding to do the additional outreach?
The report will have recommendations included that will be zeroing in on where we feel investments may be warranted.
Well, thank you for that preview. Thank you, President.
You're welcome. On that note, we have a motion, we have seconded, we finished our public comment, so let's go take the vote.
Supervisor Abikoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
Aye as well.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item that was pulled, I believe, is it item 77?
Correct?
Okay, good. Which is the recommendations relating to First Amendment to the Communication Services Agreement for the Central Fire Protection District that was pulled by our office. First, do we have any public comments on this?
I do not have any public comment on this item.
Okay, good. All right, let's go ahead and close that point. I see John Mills, our Deputy County Exec there, and I just have a question and like to get a little bit more information for transparency. Is it possible for you to provide us a breakdown of the numbers in the off agenda to show how we went from 2.8 million in 2024 agreement and now and 11 million in this amendment?
Yes, absolutely, Supervisor. Sorry, I was pressing the button for that microphone. The cords are a little tangled down here.
Sure.
Yes, absolutely. We can provide you with an off-agenda report that can have that level of detail. I will point out that the dollar amount for this contract is over a 2-year period because it's a 2-year agreement, so that's the maximum contract amount. But we can provide you the detail that makes up the components of that increase in revenue.
Okay, I think that would be very helpful for transparency's sake. And if I don't have any comment from my colleagues, I'll move for approval for this item.
Second, Arenas.
Okay, all right. Rhonda, maybe you can take the vote.
Supervisor Abikoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes, ma'am.
President Lee?
Aye as well.
Motion carries.
Good, thank you. After that, I believe should be item 150. Am I correct there, clerk? All right, that should be the last item of today, which is a referral to administration update to county legislative policies regarding supporting state legislation for the authority for counties to ask for local voters' approval for additional revenues. This is a referral from our office. I'm just talk a little bit, if I may. Last week, we voted to approve a budget that prioritized critical services while also trying to balance the unprecedented fiscal uncertainties that we face. This so-called balanced budget, however, really does not account for the potentially devastating cuts that are looming from high levels of government, both federal and state, that will undermine our local safety net. The proposed federal cuts that threaten the safety net may turn into tax cuts to ultra-wealthy, potentially benefiting many of our county residents who are well-to-do. As we heard from our county executive earlier, the United States Senate has just proposed even more cuts to the Medicaid, to the already drastic cuts proposed by the House bill for over $800 billion. Well, what does that mean? That means more than $1 billion will be cut to our county in later this year. And this is not accounting for, it's not been accounted for in the currently adopted budget for fiscal year 25-26. And there's certainly no additional revenue that we get backfill this type of huge cut to our health system. To balance the budget, firings and closure of hospitals is something that we will have to face. We cannot afford to close hospitals, especially in light of the increased patient visits that we have just seen from our recently acquired RMC. That need is clearly there and very much essential in saving lives every single day. This is not just a threat. This is a reality. Given this backdrop, we have limited capacity to fill the gaps that will be left if Medicaid is drastically cut. We need to be prepared for the bad budget times ahead, and we must explore creative ways to generate revenues to protect our essential services right here. And while we have higher income earners who may benefit from the proposed tax cuts that are financed by gutting our healthcare system and safety net programs, we may have a need to raise revenues, such as increase local taxes to offset the devastating impacts. However, we currently lack the legal authority to do so without a change in state law. As you may know, charter cities can enact any type of tax that isn't prohibited by the state if they have the approval of the voters. Counties, on the contrary, can only enact taxes that have been authorized by the state, like, for example, sales tax increases that this county have done previously. But even that still requires separate voter approval. This current referral is a first step in a very long process that will hopefully allow us to explore new sources of county revenue, in this case, including levying a local income tax. Many of you have heard me say before, I'm always willing to learn from other jurisdictions on how to do our work better, and I'm not shameful of stealing or using good ideas elsewhere. In this case, this is not at all a new idea. There are not hundreds, but actually thousands of jurisdictions that already have a local income tax, including like New York City, Philadelphia, and Portland, to name a few. However, unless when we can have some type of change at the state law level, we will not be able to have access to add this tool to add much needed revenue to our county's budget in the future. Urgent times require urgent action, and we must do everything we possibly can to help shore up our resources in the future. Now, as far as the timing of this issue, we have a very time-sensitive opportunity to pursue state legislation because of the fact of the schedule, how it works up in Sacramento. With our upcoming July recess, the board cannot take any action on these potential bill ideas until at the earliest, in this case, August 12th meeting, which unfortunately is too late in the state legislative calendar. So therefore, if we don't act quickly, we may not have another opportunity to pursue state legislation until after the current legislative session that ends in 2026. Since we are the safety net, 2 million residents are counting on us to keep it intact. And with that, I go ahead and move approval for the referral as stated. And I'd love to see, hopefully I can get a second and more discussion from my colleagues. Thank you. I have a motion, so I'm just trying to see if any colleagues would be willing to at least second for further discussion.
President Lee?
Yes, go ahead.
May I offer a substitute motion?
I mean, sure. I mean, go ahead. You have something that could work better. I'm certainly all ears. I'm just concerned about the lack of funding down the road.
Absolutely.
Sure.
I think we're all concerned
Yes.
about that. And I want to thank you for coming up with creative solutions and being very bold and very brash in a good way to head rush first towards this challenge and this conflict. I am intrigued by this idea. However, I feel that there may be other opportunities that we can explore as a county. So if I may, I would like to propose to my colleagues for consideration is a substitute motion to direct staff to work with Santa Clara County Sacramento delegation to determine what state legislation is needed to identify new revenue for critical county services. I think we're going to be in an environment where everyone's looking for additional funds and resources and revenues, and that we need to move forward thoughtfully, ambitiously, aggressively, and able to explore all options on the table, all funding mechanisms. And I'm still learning about all these new ways of how to generate revenue and how different jurisdictions are doing it differently. But I would just want to broaden the motion to give our legislative affairs and our county staff to work with Sacramento staff to fully develop and further vet other additional opportunities against the ever-changing landscape of what is our reality out there.
Yes, no, I certainly support that. I'll go and second it. I just want to make it very clear that what we are asking as well is to also give our staff the ability to support these type of legislation, basically with the goal of adding more revenues to our county. That's what I'm talking about.
Could I get a point of clarification? Supervisor Young asked for a substitute motion. I want to be clear that your second was to her substitute motion, not as a friendly amendment to your own motion.
No. That's no. Since I have no second on my original motion, that
Okay.
motion is no longer on the floor.
Okay.
So really, it's a new motion that was made by
Perfect.
Supervisor Young that I am seconding, and I'm asking to also clarify to make sure that we are giving the broad leeway for our delegations in Sacramento to make sure that we will support any type of additional revenue generating legislation that will help us county in the future.
Yes, it's to direct staff to work with Santa Clara County's Sacramento delegation to determine what state legislation is needed to identify new revenue for critical county services. Sorry, it's after lunch and I ate a really big heavy one, so slurring my words. But is that clear for everybody, my colleagues?
It's clear. I would like to offer a friendly amendment to that to expand it a bit, if you are open to it. I appreciate the substitute motion that we direct administration to engage with the state delegation. I think there's a broader conversation to be had, and there are more partners and stakeholders who are interested. So I would recommend that we continue to engage with stakeholders at the state and local levels and bring to the board for consideration any viable revenue raising options that are likely to gain broad support and ultimately be successful.
I'm happy
Does that
to.
work?
I accept the friendly amendment. It would be a good thing to broaden and expand our conversations and our potential pool of partners for what new revenue opportunities we may pursue in the future.
And
Yes,
that works
absolutely.
for the seconder? Thank you.
Just a point of clarification, just so we're calling things the right names. This would be just a normal motion since the original motion died, so not a substitute motion.
That's right. Yep, all good. Okay, I think Supervisor Abicoga's lights first. Is this okay? Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, President Lee, and I appreciate you bringing up the topic. I do support the motion, Supervisor Young's motion. I guess, in my mind, I always think revenue generation is just something that we should always be doing. So if we have to call it out, that's fine to call it out. I do appreciate the broadening of the scope because, to be frank, there's so many conversations happening out in the world right now in our community. I've been, as you know, been involved in a number of revenue measure discussions over the last couple of years. We're talking about transportation. What do we do with affordable housing? How do we improve our own infrastructure? And so I think we just really need to get together and figure out what our strategy is going to be. To be frank, I couldn't support the idea of an income tax at this point because there are so many other options being discussed, and to be honest, I just don't think an income tax in this environment, when we're seeing polling for these other measures so low, would really go very far. So I can support a broader conversation, and I would really ask that whatever staff researches would come back to us for further discussion, because there are some real implications, intended and unintended consequences to any of this. As I mentioned, we've been discussing, transportation, housing for months and years, and so it's not something that we can just on the fly say today, yeah, let's support, this kind of taxing measure, and that was really why I hesitated on the original motion. But certainly a broader conversation, staff working with our state and community partners to come up with a clear strategy on what we think is the best approach to be able to fill the gaps we're starting to see is I think just really important actually and a prudent way to move forward. So thank you for the motion, Supervisor Young.
Vice President, you want to say something first? Because Supervisor Ellenberg said something else.
Yes, I
Go
do
ahead.
want to
Go
say
ahead, Vice
something.
President. Go ahead.
Listen, I also want to thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's very bold. I think that we have differing reasons why maybe we didn't do a second, and I just want to give you mine. I do think that a personal income tax is something that could be applied to a certain income level, right? But will it pass the legislature? I don't know. I don't know that it would. And so the reason I'm going to support what's on the floor now is because I think if we can figure out what actually is going to pass that won't put stress on working families, then I'm really looking forward to figuring out what that looks like. I'm not, we're in politics. And we know that next year is a campaign year. And we know that folks may posture themselves in a way to take advantage of the item. And while I know that that's not you, because one, you're not even up for re-election, I think there's other folks who may. And so I think we need to make sure that we tread carefully around the things that we do, so that we are not utilized in a way that is punitive for our county. So I'm just grateful that we can figure this piece out and move something forward that could create a revenue source. Thank you.
Yes, to make a motion, I just wanted to clarify the motion itself, Supervisor Young. But before that, actually, Supervisor Ellenberg, you want to go ahead and...
I'm triple checking on the clarity as well, but in the spirit of my colleagues' comments, I will also add my appreciation for your thinking outside the box regarding options to identify much needed additional revenue. Without doubt, our county must continue to problem solve the financial challenges in front of us today, to assist us in providing critical services to indigent and other vulnerable residents. I do support that. The original motion, and again, we've spoken to different individual motivations for having concerns there. Mine was it's highly, highly unlikely to be successful, and I think would have compelled us to expend limited resources and really very carefully cultivated credibility in a way that could actually work to our detriment. So again, emphasizing that I really support your thinking about how we can continue to execute on our mission in a very strategic way. My confirmation on the motion is that the specific piece regarding requesting a legislator to advocate for an authorization for an income tax is not part of what we are asking to move forward, and that we're asking instead for conversation with legislators and local stakeholders and recommendations to come back to this board.
Yes, that is correct.
Was that the intent? Okay.
It's not to ask any specific legislature to carry any proposal on our behalf, not yet. See what comes out of this, but to determine, to identify, explore, determine what state legislation is possible and needed to identify new revenue for our critical county services. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Needs to be public comment, I don't think has been taken.
Oh,
yet.
that's true. Public comments, that's right, yes. How many public do we have on this?
I do currently have 4 public speakers.
4 speakers, let's do 2.
5.
5.
Give it one more second. All right, we're going to close the queue at 5 public speakers. CR iPhone, we've asked you to unmute.
Thank you. It's Chris Robel. So I totally appreciate the fact that what's happening in the broader political environment that's constraining the county. But I think the one thing that's absolutely markedly absent here is a discussion about what cost savings, what things are we not going to do. Priorities about what we are going to do, but they're also equally about what we're not going to do. There's got to be some things in the county that we stop doing that just don't make the cut, right? It's triage, prioritization, and I would urge the supervisors to put that on as an agenda item and maybe a subgroup of people to focus on, well, I want to call it Department of County Efficiency, but something that looks at how can we be more efficient in the county, and that will actually serve you well politically next year anyway. If you say, look, we scrubbed this really hard, here are all the things we're not doing, and we're cutting these things, and it's not going to be asbestos in the roof and leak and all the other things that people talk about. It's going to be that are false, right? And the sky is falling. It's going to be genuine cost cutting of things that don't matter much to residents, right? And you come up with a list of things that you've cut, and there's probably anyway. So, and there's a lot in the news that I won't rattle off here about at the county level, trips and sponsoring events and nonprofit money that goes to nonprofits who are paid high, et cetera. So I'm really looking at what can we stop doing, and then for the things that we are doing, what can we do more efficiently, right? And get the value out of it. And we all know the state budget since 2019 has doubled. The spending in the state has doubled in 6 years. That's ridiculous. And what have we gotten for it, right? And I think the county, we need to figure out what, I think that's the problem that the Californians are facing, and I think equally Santa Clara County residents. So please consider putting a task force to prioritize what we're not doing. And then and only then do you come back to your parents, which is like the taxpayers, and ask for an increase in allowance. And the comment that we always want to do revenue generation is tax increases. I do not think you should be doing revenue generation. It's like, should not.
Our next speaker is Shannon. Shannon, we've asked you to unmute.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Shannon Zhang, and I'm here on behalf of the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits, an alliance of community-based organizations committed to building a thriving, equitable Santa Clara County. Our nonprofit community is deeply concerned that increasing federal and state threats to safety net funding could soon result in a major shortfall in essential local services. Nonprofits and the county alike are already stretched thin, working on the front lines of housing, food security, mental health, and youth services. To address these challenges proactively, we urge the board to work with city, state, and community partners to explore and pull a range of progressive local revenue options, including but not limited to a local wealth or ultra-high income tax. Our region has the resources. We need mechanisms that ensure those with the greatest capacity contribute to sustaining the services our community depends on. We know these are difficult conversations, but austerity is not the answer. The county must be bold in planning for a resilient future, and that starts with a comprehensive, equity-centered approach to revenue generation. Thank you to Supervisor Lee for starting this important conversation, and thank you to the rest of the board.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Bigelow. Andrew, we've asked you to unmute.
Hi, everybody. My name is Andrew Bigelow. I'm an organizer with Silicon Valley Debug. And I was actually commenting to express our support for item 150 as Supervisor Lee proposed it. We live in one of the, maybe the, I'm not sure, wealthiest counties in the world, wealthiest places in the world. And we have some pretty extreme poverty and whether it's homelessness, dealing with the carceral state, and things things that affect people's lives dramatically. You know, like we can't afford representation for people who are being evicted. They get railroaded in the hallways by eviction attorneys, by landlord eviction attorneys. There's a lot of things that are needed to create a safety net. And I really appreciate, and I would encourage the rest of the supervisors to maybe reconsider thinking to supporting Supervisor Lee's proposal. I think it's the direction that the entire country needs to go into in terms of taxing the extreme wealth that is accumulated in the country. But I think that it also starts at home. And I think that money is absolutely needed. And I agree that things could be spent differently, such as not spending money on new jails or carceral state, et cetera. But in terms of generating revenue, given the extreme extreme impact that the federal government is having on us locally and across the state, I think something like this is bold and is in the direction that this county and really the whole state and country should go in. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Valdez.
Hello, thank you. My name is Melissa. I'm also a Silicon Valley Debug organizer. On behalf of Silicon Valley Debug, we are writing to express our support for item 150 on the June 17th Board of Supervisor agenda. This referral would allow the county to begin the process to pursue legislation to levy a local income tax on ultra high net worth individuals, generating revenue to support and protect the local safety net. Under current law, counties have very limited options to increase revenue for critical services. Counties can only enact taxes that have been authorized by the state. A simple change in state law could allow us more flexibility to provide residents with options to generate local resources to meet local needs. There are more than 5,000 jurisdictions in the United States that already have a local income tax, including New York City, Philadelphia, and Portland. The community of Santa Clara County will suffer immensely from draconian cuts by the federal and state government. With federal and state cuts looming, the county needs to shore up its resources and explore other ways to generate revenue to continue providing critical services our community relies on every day. Simply put, our county cannot be a host county for wealth accumulation at the same having a crisis of social services, housing, and providing for the basic needs of our people. I would add that this approach of taxes on the ultra wealthy individuals should also apply to expanding the taxes on local multinational corporations who benefit greatly by being in Santa Clara County, yet do not contribute through local taxes in a commensurate way. This referral is an important step in that direction, and we urge you to vote yes on this referral. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Sharon Luna, who seems to have just, oh, there we go. Go ahead, Sharon.
Good afternoon, President Lee and Board of Supervisors. My name is Sharon Luna, and I am a member of the San Martin Neighborhood Association. I thought a lot about this in regard to what Supervisor Lee was proposing. And, as far as being a resident in this day and time, it is for our taxes to increase is very, very concerning. For me, I have been on these Board of Supervisors meetings, I've attended other meetings, and at times it seems that we are duplicating a lot of the efforts. And maybe it would be worth looking at what duplications are within the county. I know at some of the schools, the lunch programs are still going on, even though children from wealthier families can afford it. There are things that I think you have to do a deep dive to see, what the duplications you may have. There may not be any duplications, but I've been in quite a few meetings that, there's a lot of duplication. In fact, even being in a meeting that I think is all volunteers, individuals are being paid. And so, I think sometimes in financial toughness, you have to look at what you can do prior to just going in and increasing taxes. I think it was a bold move, President Lee, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, I see. James, you want to say something about this?
Public comment was concluded. I was just going to make a comment overall and just share a couple big picture thoughts. As the board is aware, counties really have, and as you explained, Supervisor Lee, very limited taxing authority, and it's very different than for cities. As we face in the coming months potentially catastrophic reductions in federal funding associated with the Medicaid program, in addition to all of the other things that have been suggested associated with efficiencies and programmatic changes, streamlining reductions, et cetera, all of which are efforts that we have been undertaking in the last several budgets, reflected in program reorganizations, eliminations of positions, reductions of services, et cetera. There will be a time and a space where we will have to confront a need to explore what these look like. Administration is very happy to work with our delegation and with others to look at a whole spectrum of options and ideas so that we are in a position where the board can at least exercise an option to ask the electorate whether it wishes to provide some augmentation locally to sustain some of those literally life-saving services or not, and not to have the county be in a position where we're not even able to ask that question. So assuming that this motion passes, I just wanted to confirm that we will engage in those conversations with the whole variety of relevant stakeholders and with a very clear-eyed focus on the magnitude of the need and impact that could confront us, particularly in the context of our health system, which right now gets 70% of its revenue from the federal government, and where we're facing the most severe and significant federal threats.
Yes, Supervisor Abakuga.
Thank you, President Lee. I just wanted to make some comments relative to some of the public comments that were made, and just and as County Executive has mentioned, I certainly support continuing to work on looking at finding efficiencies, new models of service delivery. One example, we talked earlier today about mobile services with our healthcare delivery. It's effective. It's probably lower cost. I think we have to start looking at, or continuing to look at ways to innovate. How do we bring more technology into our operations and here to be more efficient and be able to be a useful tool to deliver services more efficiently. So there's definitely that, and I do believe that there's a lot more work we can do in that area. And frankly, I think we have to do that to show the voters that we are doing our due diligence. As I've been, again, in these other conversations with other revenue measures, the overall sense that I get from hearing from the voters is that they're tired. They don't want status quo. They want to see improvement. They want to see changes. And so we have to show that to be able to gain their confidence and their vote, frankly. And so I believe, we need to continue to do that. In regards to the comment of revenue generation, I personally don't look at another tax as the only way to generate revenue. Frankly, I come from a city that has leveraged the land that the city owned. I know the county has land and facilities, and that's what I've been looking at is like, how do we leverage the resources that the county has to be able to generate revenue? When we talking about reserves, frankly, is just doing back of the envelope calculation. If we had 10% reserve, the interest on that, even at the low government rate of 2 to 4%, that could generate $30 to $50 million a year on a $1.35 billion reserve. That's 10% of our overall budget. So, that's why for me, it's important to build up those reserves because it just continues to generate more funds. So that's what I'm thinking of when I think of revenue generation, not just another tax. So I think we have to be looking at all avenues. I hope the public, hears that it's not just about putting another tax on the ballot, but it's really about looking at all different kinds of ways to generate revenue. And I do think we have a number of options. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no further comments, let's take a vote.
Supervisor Abekoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
Yes, as well.
Motion carries.
All right, so this now comes to the end of not just today's agenda, but this is actually going to be the last full board meeting before we adjourn. For the next board meeting will be on August 12th, so we have a July recess. So August 12th, 9:30 a.m. Tuesday. And again, thank you for our clerk of the board staff, administration, security, and we will see you here in chambers in August. In the meantime, we still have many subcommittee meetings still happening potentially. So for those of you who think we're done, we're near done yet. Thank you so much for that. We're adjourned for the day. Thank you at 3:21.